Oh, what's going on? What's going on? Hello, CFA Nation. Gabe, what's up? What's going on,
Hello.
brother?
I'm
Aside,
good, thank you.
my bad, dude. It was
It,
a late night for me last night. I forgot to leave everything set up, so I had to bring down my light, camera, all that garbage.
no,
Man,
that's fine.
you know, I know I'm supposed to now be rooting for KKR, even though that's my mistress, to lose to try to help CSK get in. I just honestly, I don't know, man. I don't. I think it's a long shot,
Yeah.
but I don't know. What do you think? What do you think?
Well, I was in the chat just before you joined, and what I was saying was I initially chose CSK, SRH, Kings 11, and DC as my four teams. So
Really?
So the only one that's kind of doing anything was the Delhi Capitals. So
Right.
today I'm going for SRH, and I think and I know KKR is very special to you, Gabe. But they've made a couple of changes today as well. So they've got Lockie Ferguson in, which I don't know if you've seen him ball. He's really quick. He's really good from New Zealand.
Oh wow.
Really
Yeah,
good
yeah,
bowler.
I did do the overview on him, so I
Mm.
remember looking at the name because I was trying to make sure I had the pronunciation right
Yeah.
because it was spelled not the way we would spell lucky in America, but I
Yeah.
was like, oh, okay, Loki Ferguson, I got it,
Yeah.
got it. But I see that they got Chapati back at the top, so at least some stability, right? So
Yeah.
it's like,
Yeah.
okay, now we've established our top opening partnership. Hopefully, Chapati plays much better than he played last time.
Mm.
Um, you know,
This what? Sorry, I was just gonna say I usually don't like their batting order, but I think today's probably the one day I'm very happy with it. Usually they have a bit of an issue. Who are they going to open with, etc., etc. But if they stick with something similar to these two, then Nitish Rana, then maybe Morgan, Karthik Russell, something like that. That would probably help them a lot more.
I think so. I think so. And I mean, we've seen um we've seen Chapati. I think what did he score that one opening? I forgot what it was.
It was 67, 57. It was a good score. It was
Yeah,
a good score. I
we've
remember.
seen him succeed up there. We've seen him
Yeah.
succeed up there. But I don't know, and I have no what's the word? I have no inside information. But do you feel like something is wrong with Russell? Russell is
Yeah.
not the Russell I came to expect. Everybody said, "Listen, if you love Pollard, then you're gonna love Russell."
Yeah.
Pollard has played much better than Russell this year. I feel like I
Definitely.
don't know, man. Even with his I mean, his bowling's been okay, but he's been getting dismissed relatively quickly, and he hasn't had that defining, to me, Russell over this. I mean, Russell over this
Inning.
year.
Yeah.
He'll
Yeah.
give
Yeah.
you
Definitely. Because I know when he's on form. I think last season, him and Dinesh Karthik, their partnership was absolutely prolific. It was amazing. I think Karthik had a 180 strike rate and Russell had 220 in most of their innings together. And this season, it could be something. It could be that injury that he had initially, the reason why he wasn't bowling as much. Maybe he's not practiced as. Maybe he's trying to keep himself a bit more relaxed and not training as hard as he probably used to. But yeah, I don't see the reason why, because he's now bowling. I think he bowled 4 overs in the past couple of games, hasn't he?
Yeah, I mean, it's just been weird. It's just been weird. I love this kid. I love his story, right? Natarajan.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah, yeah.
you want to see him succeed just because. I mean, I selected my emerging player of the year simply based on when I was doing my research on Jaiswal's story. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah,
Jaiswal, I mean, this guy was a street food vendor for the love of
yeah,
Pete. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah.
that's so inspiring. And
It's.
Natarajan also has a very unbelievable story.
I think I don't really know the Rajan story as much as the Jeswal one, because I thought Jeswal would be one of the emerging players initially as well. Oh, is that a 6?
Get out, get out, get out. Nope, boundary. It looks like a
Uh-huh.
4.
That's a brilliant shot, but is that Tripathi, isn't it?
Oh, that was a
Yeah.
6. Right, good call. I thought it bounced just before.
See, I love those straight drives.
Right.
Like I'm huge on the V, if you know what I mean. So from long on to long off. If they
Right.
hit it there, I usually really, really like the shots. As like half of my times that when I'm saying, oh, my favorite shot was this, it's usually straight down the ground. I'm saying it's just the same thing over and over, but they look so good. They look completely in line, and just the flow looks a lot smoother. So personally, what about you? Do you like any specific type of shot in cricket?
For me, I think it's hold on. It would be when you hit it, is that would be mid off, right?
Yeah.
When you, because in baseball, basically, it's going the other way. And if you're a right-handed batsman, that means you're waiting as long as possible to hit that shot, which means you're going to probably make contact. And I just think when you split the gap, that I love that shot.
Yeah.
Do they call it cover drive though? No, it's
Probably if it's I think it's kind of more towards the offside than the straight. That would be the cover drive. I think that's what you're talking about, because that's considered, if you have a really good cover drive, you're considered a good-looking batsman, if you know what I mean. That you've got really good posture, you've got really good position to play that shot. Yeah, that's considered on a wide scale as one of the best type of defining shots. I don't know if the comment section have something else. Oh, I'm supporting SRH, so just to let everyone know.
You know what, guys? As like I said, I hated their effort last time. This team fell apart, and we're talking about the Knight Riders, but that's just who I am. You know what I mean, dude?
That's fine, yeah.
I'll be rocking with my team, so I got to go with the Knight Riders. And like I said, as mad as I was at CSK yesterday, I'm gonna rock with my Super Kings. That's just, man. You know what it is to say? I'm a Knicks fan, people. That's loyalty. That's loyalty.
I've heard of the Knicks, right? And I always thought it was such an amazing team because a lot of these TV shows that came out of America were New York. I think Knicks is New York, isn't it?
Yeah, the New York Knicks.
So it's New York kind of based sitcoms, and everyone's supporting the Knicks. And I'm thinking, oh, okay, so Knicks must be a really good team. They must win everything. But turns out I wasn't right.
All New Yorkers share the pain of being a Knicks fan. That's what it is. Honestly, because it's painful being a Knicks fan. But that's the problem, right? When you are what's the biggest? Okay, well, I guess people said CSK, right? So it's like if you're from New York is one of the biggest cities in America, right? New York, LA. So when you have teams in those cities, you got a lot of fans, which means you got a lot of revenue. So you should put a good product on the field.
Yeah.
And in my lifetime, I've seen multiple Yankee championships. The Yankee is a universal symbol. I don't care if you don't even know what baseball sign is. You know that symbol of the New York Yankees, right? It's like saying,
it's like the Red Sox, the Yankees, and the Knicks are the three that I know of.
You know what I mean? It's Real Madrid. You know what I'm saying? I don't care if everybody knows Real Madrid. You know what I mean? It's like that's a universal thing. That's what the Yankees are. And the Knicks have just been the team that in my lifetime, and this is over 40 years. I'm talking about, I'm an 80s child. I was born in 1980. They've just been a disappointment. And there's nothing you can do. And you're a New Yorker, and I mean, you're stuck with it. That's your team. And it's a painful. Anyway, while we're in a commercial, let me say what's up to a few people. What's up, Han? What's up, Abdul? What's up, Jimin? What's going on? Vivek, what is going on? Rainfire, computer scientist, Nikhil, Jordy Girl, Minatium. Oh, I'm gonna get some trolling today. Oh, and Shuman, anybody that I missed, because I did not want to come on. Ooh, drop. Very nice. To me, and let me ask you a question. Do you think Shipman Gill has been probably the most consistent player on the Knight Riders this year?
Yeah, definitely. Because before this tournament, okay, that wasn't a great shot. That was an edge. I really completely missed it. But yeah, so I think so, because I don't know what his average is, but at least he's like punt for DC. He's getting you that 30 at least in pretty much in every game. Consistent opening batsman is very useful. And if you've got at least one, then with Tripathi, they can probably get a decent opening partnership in most of their innings. Oh, that's it.
That's beautiful. Yeah.
Again with Gill. See, I completely agree with you. I think his consistency, and he's not really playing that slow. Him and Padikkal, for me, are the best youngish opening batsmen in this season. How about you?
Absolutely. I think that it's tough because who's better? I think that just from the naked eye, I think Shubman Gill is better than Padikkal. I know that the what do you call it? The
consensus isn't that, isn't it?
Different, but here's the difference. Padikkal doesn't have the kind of pressure that Shubman Gill's had on him all year long because Shubman Gill has not been given a good opening partnership. Think about it. He had to open for 6 games with
Ryan.
with Narayan. With Nareen. Is it Nareen or Narayan?
I think it's Sunil Narayan. I think, yeah.
Yes, there we go. Boundary. Yeah, so he had to open with Narayan, right? So that tells you're like, okay, you're opening with Narayan. So now you're in a situation where he keeps getting, like Nick said, before the power play. I don't think he put up a decent score. He was just 10, 15, 20, 0. 4, you know what I mean? Like, it was so inconsistent. So while Padikkal, okay, you just consistently, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
You get that decent, if not Finch, you're going to get Kohli. And then you see him and Kohli ride him out to the end, 10, 12, 13 overs, 15 overs together. So
I think Padikkal's, like, he's coming to his own. I remember when I first saw him at the beginning of this tournament in proper detail, I thought he looked like Yuvraj Singh. Have you seen the 6-6s that Yuvraj Singh hit Stuart Broad in 2007? So it just reminded me, the way he played was not exactly, but he looked very similar to Yuvraj Singh. Oh, by the way, you missed a drop catch. I don't know if you just saw that in the replay.
I did, yeah. Man, and it's, I was so hot yesterday. I did stay off of social media because I get emotional. That's just who I am. I'm fiery, you know what I mean? I stayed off social media because I was like, stayed off all 3 wickets too because I was like, I'm going to blow up. And I think that sometimes people misinterpret my passion for like attacking a player. And I got to, and I get it. People are very protective of their players. But ultimately, hold them accountable. That's just my whole thing. And I was just like, I could take 1 drop in a game, okay? I can take 2 drops in a game. I could take 3 drops. I think it was actually 4 drops in a game, but the same player got dropped 3 times. Come on. And I lost it. I don't know if you remember when KKR, when Dinesh Karthik, they asked him what has to change. He said, "Oh, we just got to hit a few more 6s." What?
That wasn't his best moment at all.
Here's the thing. I want perfection, but I know that that's not a reality. However, the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. And part of a coaching strategy, I was a coach, is you should be able to, I cannot control what the other team does, but I can control what we did. Why did we lose this game? Okay, that should be every coach's mentality. And if we lost this game for the same reason that we've lost other games, drops, how many games have CSK lost this year? I can think of at least this is the 3rd game where there were big drops involved.
Yeah.
I mean, that's like either fix it or, you know what, hold somebody accountable, because obviously guys aren't putting that kind of focus. Again, a drop will happen, but 3 drops the same dude? Come on.
I think that I've seen that happen a lot, and I don't want to name any countries, but Pakistan does that a lot in particular, when they drop the same player multiple times and they go on and get big scores. It's not just in T20s, it's a lot in different formats as well. I think that it's very frustrating when is that gone? Sorry. Yeah, it's very frustrating when players, they've been able to catch, they're really good fielders, and then if they drop it, it's fine. But it's players who keep repeating the same mistakes over and over and over again. That's where it kind of just gets a bit.
Yeah, and it's like, listen, how many lifelines are you going to give this guy? Either they can, and I get it. Every single player out there, I understand, is class, right? Every single player is the top of the top of the top of the top of the. I get that, but you got to be able to perform. And if you're not performing, you're holding up a spot that's coveted. Like you and I have mentioned, and me and Nick have mentioned, India could probably have 2 or 3, not exaggerating. They have so much talent. They could have at least 2 minimum
international sides.
Minutes 220 teams. There are good people sitting right now, so that because you're playing. So that means you need to make sure you put in the effort. And being successful is not a secret. I one of the things I do as a teacher is I really try to break things down to students to the basics, okay? And I explain to them, for instance, guys, math, all kids are afraid of math. Math is super simple, guys. You're really just doing 2 things. You're either putting numbers together, composing, or you're taking numbers apart, decomposing, okay? And especially at the elementary level, you're really just doing 4 operations: adding, subtracting, multiplying, and dividing. It's a different operation or different variations of it, but that's all you're doing. So once you do the same thing over and over and over and over and over again, it's like if you're not getting it right, it's there must be an issue there. Because I'm sorry, no matter how you look at it, 2 times 2 is 4. You know what I'm saying? So variations of that you can do. And that's really my philosophy for life as well. Athletes, there's a difference between successful athletes and just greats. Okay. I don't know if you've ever heard the story of Kobe Bryant. You know who Kobe Bryant is?
Yeah.
So Kobe Bryant, he grew up in Europe. I wouldn't say it was Italy. Great basketball player, got drafted out of high school. The story, unfortunately, he passed this year. They called him the Black Mamba, right? Killer mentality. This guy arguably was the first person where people were made the comparison. Is Kobe better than Michael Jordan? Because he won so many rings. Anyways, a player was trying to just really sum up why Kobe is who he is. And he had just got traded. I think it was to the Lakers, Cuttino Mobley, and he was excited to work out with Kobe. And Kobe's like, man, I like your energy, young fella. So he was like, oh, good. So Kobe said, man, you want to work out together? He's like, yeah. He said, all right, meet me tomorrow morning at the gym, 6 a.m. All right, I'll be there 6 a.m. So he said he woke up at 5, took a shower. He's driving, pulling up to the basketball court. He wanted to be 5-10 minutes early. As he's pulling in, Kobe's pulling out, and Kobe just gives him the deuces. And he's like confused, like, what's going on? And Kobe leaves and says, I'll see you at practice. Because this is not regular team practice. This is Kobe working. The security guard told him Kobe had been there for 2 hours. So while you're getting on the field, I've already been there working. All right. But Kobe wasn't good because, he was just blessed with talent. Everybody's got talent, guys. All right. But greatness is only achieved by hours and hours and hours and hours of working on your craft. And that's just that simple. How much are you willing to put in? How much work? How much? I get it. COVID happened. A lot of these players, I forgot who was it that they showed during COVID would be in the hotel room using their bat, hitting balls off the ball. You got to do what you got to do, but you got to put in the work. Greatness happens because you put in the work. Everybody has talent, but success.
You need to cultivate. You need to cultivate that talent. I completely agree with you. I think that Kobe Bryant example is pretty good. I'd say I know he was an amazing basketball player. He was an amazing personality as well.
Right.
So once you have that type of stature, then you're that great. I would say if you get that great, you don't practice as much. But the thing is, when you're that great, you practice even more than when you did when you were trying to get into the entire team or anything like that. You're the captain. You're working harder than everyone else. Like the best example I've got in cricket is MS Dhoni when he first became captain. His hair, I don't know how old he was. I think he was 26 or 27. Please correct me in the comments. But his hair went from black or brown to white within about 3-4 years of becoming captain. Because that's how much pressure, that's how much he started to work. That stress, definitely. And that's how he became who he did. And similar, gone.
Got him.
This Natarajan, completely agree with you.
Natarajan, I'm telling you, I love this kid.
Yeah. By the way, I just wanted to mention my wife actually messaged in the group saying, "Hi, this is Asjad's wife. You guys are thank you."
Hello, thank you for joining. Thank you for letting us borrow him for a little bit. Much appreciated. But you've got that almost a 50 partnership there, and again, great ball by Natarajan.
Yeah,
and at first, it's funny. Nick and I used to be calling for 50s when we were novices in the game. He didn't even get a 50. I understand how big a 50 is. He didn't even get. You want your player to at least average 25, 30, and you want him to get out the power play without losing 2 wickets. That's a good winning formula. But if you, as a player, if everybody can get, think about this, right? You get your 10 wickets in a game. If everybody just averaged their 25, you're looking at 250. If everybody got 20, when you do, but it's the guys that go out on a duck or go out on 7 that now put the pressure on other players. You know what I'm saying? But
I think that's a really valid point. I think Test cricket is kind of based on that. That's why they try and get as many people who are averaging at least 40 in the top 5, 6.
Right.
So then they can get, that's what, 240 at least. And then you've got the other 6 who are bowlers or whatever to come in and score those 10s, 5s, etc., etc. You still get to 300, and then you can potentially bowl them out. And that concept of having that specific average, there's a lot of people who say averages aren't important in T20, and I completely disagree with them, because strike rate is really important. But what if you have a strike rate of 250, but your average is 7? Right? Yeah, you scored 7 off 2 in every match, or 6 off 2 in every match. That's 300 strike rate, but you're not doing anything for the team, are you? You're just coming in 2 balls.
You're not helping anybody about that. And it's just like that. It doesn't work like that in sports games. I get that. But if you're not at least averaging that 20 or 25, you're putting your team at a disadvantage. So unless you're a bowler who's getting scalps, you're not helping me. You're not helping this team. You're hurting this team. And that's why I'll replace you with somebody else. What's up, Renell? Good morning, love. But yes, and you hear stories like this all the time. And I only know this because as a coach, I used to use these stories to motivate my players all the time. Because kids are like, what do you know, old man? So I would use these greats that they look up to and let them know, guys, they're great, not because they were given, some God-given ability that no other man was. Everybody has ability. Everybody has talent, but they cultivated it. They worked on it. Derek Jeter, right? One of the Yankee greats, his last game, this is talking after a 22-year career. Derek Jeter, it was a big deal. Everybody knew it was the last game. So the reporters were talking about the day before the last game, and Derek Jeter said, "Yeah, you guys need to show up at," he gave them the time for a press conference. And they're like, it's a late game. It's a 7:00 game. Why do we need to be there so early? And he's like, because I need to work out before the game. Before the game, Derek Jeter hit 500 balls since he was in elementary school, every single game off of a tee in the cages. 500 balls. And somebody said, it's your last game. And he's like, yeah, I'm going to finish my career the way I started my career. And true story, Derek Jeter's last game, look it up, Yankee Stadium. You know what he did? Hit a home run. Okay. It's just, you can't make it up. But, when you got a guy who's already established, this is a farewell tour. He could have just said, I'm going to take it easy. I don't need to show up early. But he told the reporters, if you want to talk to me, you need to show up 3 hours early because y'all know my routine. Still out there. That's greatness, people. And it's because he worked to get there. To get there.
Completely agree with that.
That's consistency of Shashi. Wow, that's high praise. I wouldn't say that, Rahul. Gil has the consistency of Shashin. Ooh, I mean, that's high praise. What do you think?
I'm going to try and take it in the bubble that Rahul's probably saying it. He's saying he's consistently performing for KKR at the top of the order. That's what I'm going with that. I'm not saying that he's of that level, but the level of consistency he's showing, at least in this IPL, could be compared potentially to of Sachin's ability, because what Sachin did instead of just one season or 8 matches, 9 matches, I wouldn't call that a drop. Would you call that a drop from Gil?
No, that's out of
his reach, wasn't it?
Reach. Yeah. A drop pass is when you're there, ball hits your hand, you should have it. And I went back, to be fair, by the way, not to cut you off, and I looked at those drops because people are like, Gabe, those were, one of them was like out of, as he's running, he barely got to it. He just took a bad route to the ball. Okay. But there were 2 drops that literally, it was just like the ball that Rashid Khan had today. It was in their hands and just bounced out. That's unacceptable. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, I get that, because I felt bad for Dhoni, because it's meant to be that when you have gloves, at least when you're wicket keeping, if it gets anywhere in the center, it's perfect. Right. But as soon as it's in the wider side of your hand, that's where it's really difficult to kind of grab from. Even with your fingers, it's quite difficult. But with gloves, at least my experience and from what they talk about, if you catch it here, that's really difficult. So what they always try to do is try to get both the arms within both the hands in this kind of shape, so the ball always goes into the center. Right. I don't know. I think in the baseball glove, it's hard all the way through. In a wicket-keeping glove, this bit is slightly harder than this bit. This is quite soft, so it's easier to go through those fingers. So I understand that entire bit that I'm talking about, but at the same time, it was in his hands. Same with that drop where I think it was short cover or somewhere. That drop as well. That Deepak Chahar one I think you're talking about, where he was running around and he barely got to it and dropped it. That was the first drop, wasn't it? Yeah. That was a bit unlucky, but the other 2, I definitely think if there was just one drop and then Dhoni caught him, and then it would have changed things. But let's not dwell on the past. I'll try not to dwell on the past.
It is what it is. You know what's funny too? And I don't want to say, because I asked before, and this is just about, and you've played, so you can let me know. But the chat said, I was like, is there anything fielders can do to help them hold on to the ball? And somebody said, I said, is using a foreign substance illegal? Like in football, they use something called stickum that's perfectly legal in football to help the football stick to their gloves when they catch it or whatnot. You can't use that in baseball, which is fine. They said, no, you can't use any of it. Thing. The only thing you could do is use, I think they said, tape around your fingers or something like that.
Yeah.
I would have tape around my fingers, because anything that will help that ball when it hits, you know what I mean? Especially if there's dew on it or whatever, like grip for a second is, using stickum is illegal. I know, that's what I mentioned. And I see that a lot of fielders don't do that though. And man, in Dominican Republic, one of the things we do, which is crazy, but you want to get your hands calloused up, because especially when you're barehanding the ball, it helps stick there. It's like the difference between a soft baby's behind, that rough, almost sandpaper-like affecting your hands. So what you do is stick your hands in vinegar, right, for a while. It like really what does it say? It really like beats up your hands, and then you just stick them in rice or whatever, and grind the rice like this or whatever. I mean, this is a long process. It doesn't happen overnight. But a lot of Dominican baseball players, man, their hands are literally like sandpapers, and that's something that we practice in my country, because it helps that ball stick. Is there anything like that you know of that players do?
To be honest, I know that if you do have tape on your hand, I think someone's actually mentioned it. So thank you, whoever mentioned that. But if you put tape on your hands, you're not allowed to shine the ball. So it kind of takes you out from that entire shining circle. But if you're at the boundary, you're not shining the ball more likely than not. Okay.
Right.
So tape helps. With dew, I would say tape makes it a lot more slippier if there is dew on the ball, because it'll slip off. One thing is, and again, as mentioned, it's a long process. So you can't do it for one game. It's something that will be not a lifestyle change, but it's more of your hand softener kind of change, wouldn't it be? That if it, as you mentioned, the vinegar, I was thinking you have chalk that you can put on your hands, because that's something, or the sand or the pitch, any dust that comes from the pitch, you can use that to kind of dry up your hands. So the drier, the easier it is to take those catches. That's probably the only thing I can think of, unless you go through the entire process, as you mentioned, with actually dissolving your hands so much that it becomes like that in in general. Or if you work out so much, you get those calluses, as you mentioned. It's a lot easier to catch it. Yeah.
Interesting.
I don't think there's anything in particular that that's a really good point. I never even thought about that, because as a born Pakistani, my fielding is terrible. Okay. So I always struggled at catching the ball. But when I did, I never even thought about that. But now in hindsight, it's probably a best shout to actually get some sort of, I don't know if sanitizer is the right word, but the opposite of sanitizer. Kind of get your hands slightly rougher so the ball sticks to that. I think that's the only thing you can potentially do in cricket. Otherwise, I don't think there's anything that, like the Dominican Republic example, I can't think of anything particular.
And you know what's funny is we're not even talking about pros here. Literally, kids in the Dominican Republic at the high school level are already altering their hands, and this is going to be a lifelong. It's like, I don't know if you ever heard the expression, that's a workman's hands. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Construction worker for years, and these are like 15-year-old kids. You know what I'm saying? But they already know those rough, calloused up hands will help them with those catches with the bare hands, and I think that, again, it just comes to that dedication level. Like, what are you willing to do? You know what I'm saying? What are you willing to do? And here in America, like, a lot of the things I would talk to my players about, they look at me like I was crazy. You know what I'm saying? But it's
one thing I will say in terms of the catching thing, the more catches you get, the rougher your hands get, in cricket at least, because when you're catching the ball, because the ball's that high. I don't know, have you held a cricket ball before, or have you? Yeah.
Oh, we have two. Yeah.
Right. Okay. So in that cricket ball, when you've got the seam, when it's a perfect shot, that seam actually hurts your hand when you try and catch it. Because of that reason, I think eventually your hand does become accustomed to it, and when it's accustomed to it, it's a lot easier to catch that ball. At least that's my experience. So when your hands become a bit more, I don't know what the word is, rougher, or a workman's hand, as you mentioned, because it's being hit so much, you're going to take more catches. So if I were to meet Ravi Jadeja, or if I meet Faf du Plessis, you'll see their hands. They're not going to be smooth at all. They're gonna have caught so many catches that they're used to that now. And I think it's a long process. It's definitely a long process. That shot by Rana,
I feel now that one, let me just make sure, the way he hit that one, now even though since he's a left-hander, would that still be considered mid-off for him?
Yes. So it's based on the batsman. If you're a right-hander, your mid-off is on your right, but if you're a left-hander, your mid-off is your left.
Okay, and I just think that those are the kind of shots, man, that, like, I think that's the perfect shot, man. To me, that's my favorite shot right there. It's mid-off. You let the ball get deep on you, because the deeper you let the ball get on you, the better that you can make contact. When you attack it too early, you have a chance, and you've seen it, where you're gonna either mishit it, misjudge it, pop it up. And if you attack the ball way too late, and you don't have that ability to do that, that's a lot of times when you'll get balled out. So I love the ability when players are able. To me, I think that's what really shows the class, the form in the batsman. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's everything on the offset. So this is just from experience, and I know you'll probably know this from baseball, but from experience, I always wanted to hit the ball on the leg side, but I always hit it really well on the offside. So when it went well, it would always be on the offside. So it'll be a cover drive, or it'll be through mid-off. I think they're harder to get correct. They're harder to get in the right position and things like that. But when you hear that bang on the bat, it just sounds so good. It sounds like, I think you mentioned in one of your streams that when the ball hits the bat in baseball, you know when it's a home run.
Right away.
Yeah. And it's the same thing with a cover drive. So in this example, I think it's, someone mentioned in the chat as well, it's basically a cover drive that you like. A cover drive is meant to be the epitome of batsman, or the on drive, maybe, as an example. But if you've got your cover drive right, then you're not doing many things wrong. You're just out of form.
Yeah,
that's the way I'll see it. I think that it's that bang on the bat. As soon as you get that right, you're fine.
Here's a funny thing, and I think that this is the baseball mentality in me. I watch batsmen, and I watch, okay, are they pulling everything leg side? Okay, do they let the ball get on them, cover drive? And that's how I make my judgments on my fantasy team. Yeah, this guy can play, this guy can't play. Because if you can play that cover drive, then I know that you're going to be able to survive. First of all, the defense isn't going to be set that way. So you're going to be able to, you know, get more runs, and you're probably going to be there more often than not. Look at how often Cody hits that cover drive, bro. It's a beautiful thing. And I just think that at least scouts are trained to look for things. I know what scouts are trained to look for. So my nephew, who's already in college playing ball, my son trained now. I tell them, guys, you know, if you're pitching, this is what they're looking for. If you're hitting, that's just the technique. It's easy for the eye to see, okay, this guy is a class batsman, or this guy, as we would say, is a legit batter. And that's one of those things. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. One thing you mentioned, so in baseball, I think the term is when you're pulling. So you're pulling everything to the leg side, aren't you? So in cricket, before T20, there was this thing. Well, I think it's I don't think they use the word now as much, but it's basically when you cross bat something. So if something's on the offside, you cross bat it, and you try and target everything from square leg to mid wicket. That's basically your result. That's what you're trying to do. You're cross batting it, and a lot of the times, it used to be considered before T20s and before batsmen who actually do it really well on a consistent basis, but also play all the other shots. Before that time, they said if you're just pulling to the leg side, you're cross batting the shot, so you're not a proper batsman. So before T20s, there were a lot of emphasis on looking like a proper batsman or batting like a batsman should bat, if you know what I mean. Right. And there's certain techniques or certain ways you're supposed to play certain things. Now there's a lot of, with bowling, there's mystery spinners. With batting, you have innovative shots like the paddle sweep, or that sweep thing that De Villiers does, where he crosses and then just taps it for six. That's all new. Most of these things came out of the past like 15 years. The helicopter shot, I think Dhoni's the first one I've seen who played that shot in like 2005, 2006. So a lot of these new types of shots have come out from people kind of experimenting and everything. And now, as you mentioned, I usually pick people who can play a cover drive well rather than who can cross bat it, because of a similar reason as you exactly mentioned before.
You know what's crazy about that, dude? When you talk about that, it's the same thing in baseball. That's what I'm saying. These sports are just so similar. And for instance, people are like, you know, pull hitters in baseball forever were known as, you know, your biggest power hitters. But as the game evolved, the defense and the pitchers got better at taking that advantage away. So one of the things that the Tampa Bay Rays, who just made it to the World Series, my prediction, by winning last night, what they do is, have you ever heard of shifting in baseball?
I haven't.
Well, if you're a pull hitter, you're literally going to pull the ball in terms of cricket leg side every time, whether it's on the ground or whether it's in the air. So all these guys are unable to hit the ball the other way. So literally you can shift the defense, whether if they're a left-handed batsman or batter, shift the defense all the way to the left, and they literally leave the right side of the field way the left side of the field way open. And same thing, if you are a right-handed batsman, they're going to pull it to the left. So they shift their whole defense to the left. And now people, can you believe in baseball that they're trying to eliminate the shift? Because, for instance, left-handed hitters have lost an average of 50 points on their batting average, which is huge. It's the difference between hitting 300 and hitting 250. Some guys even more, because they just cannot adapt to that. And again, if you're a pull hitter, and I know that's what you're going to do, you're going to pull every ball. Yeah. As a pitcher, what I'm going to do is pitch it outside. If you try to pull a ball that's outside, you're going to pop it up in the air. You're going to mishit it. And these guys cannot adapt. You know what I'm saying? That's why, to me, that cover drive or the ability in baseball to go the other way with the ball is such an important thing, man. It's so funny. These sports, honestly, guys, look into baseball. Even the mentality of what pitchers and batters are trying to do to each other are absolutely the same. Oh, is Jason Holder going to play today? Is he in the lineup? Did I miss that?
I might have missed that too.
He's on camera talking today.
I don't think he's playing. No, he's not.
Okay, okay.
Otherwise, he might be on the field, wouldn't he?
Oh my God, this kid Rashid right here, he's got to be one of the most destructive bowlers this year. He's up there, man. They respect this guy.
I saw someone mention in the chat earlier. It was just before you joined. I think it was Jordy Girl 40 or someone said, "What's your ideal IPL 11?" I try at this very moment with the same rules, right? And I came up with one, and then I realized I had 6 overseas players, and now I'm thinking, oh, well, how do I need to rectify that? I think I might need to do some sort of more deep dive, maybe at the end of the tournament, to come up with a better answer. But thank you for the question. I think the question was really good. Also, what a shot! That's what I was going to say. That's Nitish Rana. Do you think Nitish Rana is a really good batsman? He comes in at 3. He's usually in, not today, but when Narayan was opening, he'd come in and just obliterate the bowling, and he just smashed Rastafan straight down the ground. It's brilliant.
I think Nitish Rana is the perfect example of what you were talking about earlier. He always has a great strike rate, but how long is he out there? Because, sometimes his discipline, kind of like Pant, right?
Yeah.
He'll get out. But Nitish Rana he's perfect at 3, honestly. To me, this is the ideal batting order for them. Win or lose, this is what they got to stick with till they becomes consistent. Go with Gail Tripathi at the top, Nitish Rana at 3, at 4. If I were Owen Morgan, at 4, I'm probably coming in myself. I know that
Karthik at the moment,
came in at 4 last time, and I think Owen Morgan came in at 5, and then I'll let Russell play that anchor. Play him at a 6. But as far as the 1, 2, 3, it should definitely be
these 3.
Tripathi, and if these guys do what they normally do, and I know that people say it doesn't work that way, guys. I know it doesn't, but look at Shubman Gill. He literally puts up 25 runs every game. If you can get the same 20 or 25 runs out of Tripathi, and then Nitish Rana comes and gives you his 15, 18, 20 with his great strike rate, now you're already so close to 75, 80, and you still have 7 wickets in hand. I can work with that. You know what I mean? That's what Moneyball is, guys. That's what the mentality of Moneyball is. And somebody asked me earlier in the season, how would I improve cricket? What I would do? I would start having those guys just play sabermetric, not play the teams. Look at it in terms of forget about names, forget about the jerseys, forget about popularity and history. Just look at pure stats and start looking at it at those terms. How can I get? Don't think about it as how can I replace, for instance, on CSK. You can't replace Reina, right? You cannot. Reina's gone. How can I recreate him? Is it maybe getting 2 players that would do what Reina would normally do combined with another or batsman? You know what I mean? That's Moneyball. That's sabermetrics. Being able to say, okay, how can I recreate what this player did? And maybe it's having 2 guys that will average what Reina and a lower batsman would do over the course of your lineup. Just things like that,
Yeah, no, definitely. No, it's great to see, because this is the thing. Your cricket knowledge and experience is of less than 2 years, but the things you're talking about is things that professionals talk about on screen for the past 20, 30 years. And it's just really refreshing to see that you're coming up with the same logic, you're coming up with the same thought processes that they come up with. Sorry, I just thought I'd mention that. I
appreciate that. I appreciate that. And to be honest, I'm just applying the same knowledge I know from baseball to cricket, and the same thing that the flaws that I see many baseball teams have done in the past, I can see that many cricket teams are currently doing. Where let's say you lose a great like Dhoni, is there another Dhoni out there? No. Is there another Kohli out there? No. So how can we recreate what he did? Not by bringing in a player, but by building a team that will help, you know what I'm saying, close that gap. And
would you say DC is a perfect example of that, aren't they? Because they kind of groomed them in last season, and this season they're just coming good completely. It's just really impressive on that front. I've got a question. Sorry. There's one question about thoughts about CSK. They need 5 out of 6 wins. I'm still going with they can do it. They could have done it yesterday. There was just they were unlucky. Let's put it that way. Thank you for the question, though. And so Minitium's asking, what Premier League team do you support? I don't watch football, as in soccer, as much as cricket. I don't, so I wouldn't say I support any team in the Premier League, unfortunately. But in football in general, I support Real Madrid, and I'm really glad Gabe had to use that example earlier. So that's about
it. They're the Yankees, bro. You know, Real Madrid are basically the Yankees of football, man. Think about all the players they've had. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, no, they've had most greats that I can think of from the top of my head, not being a football fan.
Right.
I can think of, and they played for Real Madrid in some way, shape, and form. They're just showing Shubman Gill's consistency, and yeah, as you can see there, is one single-digit score and one score less than 20 or something. Two scores in total less than 20.
I mean,
consistency.
Exactly. That is consistency, and I really like this guy's consistency for a young player, man. And people said that he's not on the test team. He's not on the international T20 team. Like,
yeah,
seriously?
It's India's. This is the thing with Indian cricket. This is something that till 2010, 2011, they would produce batsmen from anywhere. Okay, they just have batsmen lined up. I think, and this is just me being exaggerating, but this might actually be a fact. They have 20 batsmen lined up before any team, and they're almost as good as the people playing in the 11, and they can switch them around and they can bring them in. Now, not surprisingly, but because of IPL and because of the professional nature of how cricket is in India now, from what I understand, they've got bowlers coming in. Every single Indian player now is such a good fielder. I think they concentrate fitness and fielding so much more than they used to back in the day. Because of that, a lot of these are fast runners. So even if they don't perform with the bat, they don't perform with the ball, they help out in the field. So people like Ravi Jadeja, he's an all-rounder. If he gets a duck and doesn't take a wicket or doesn't bowl, just because of his fielding, he's possibly gotten you a run out and potentially a great catch in every game or in every couple of games. And one thing with bowlers now in India, they've got, I can't even name all of them, but you've got Natarajan, you've got Nagarkoti, you've got Mavi, you've got Krishna, that's just some of these teams. You've got so many Indian bowlers in the back. You've got Navdeep Saini. I can't even think of any at the moment. But yeah, they're coming in. As you mentioned earlier, international 11s, they could have like 3 or 4 at least just within the. Ooh, that's your shot.
Get out. Look at that. Get out.
Nitish Rana. What a shot.
Nitish Rana. What a
good man.
What do we say? This dude always have a strike rate, bro, of like 150. I don't think I've seen him have a strike rate, even when he gets out early. Let's say he'll have 9 runs on 2 balls. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. He's one of those. Comes in and just goes crazy. He's perfect for KKR. Genuinely, I think you're completely on the spot with that. That KKR needed someone like this. And do you know what? This might sound kind of blasphemous at this point, but CSK needs someone exactly like Nitish Rana at number 3. Right?
Absolutely, they do.
Watson, Duplessis, someone like Nitish Rana, and then Raidu, because Raidu's done this really like good innings a couple of times in this season, but he's not done it consistently enough, which is the biggest issue I think with Raidu. If you've done it in 4 out of 8 games, I think I probably would have given him the number 3 spot. But what he did yesterday was really good, wasn't it? I think he went 45 of 25.
Right. And here's the thing. Raidu on his own cannot replace Reina. But if you have maybe a Raidu and an Nitish Rana, then you're recreating Reina along with whatever another batsman would have done. You know, that's how you employ. They're one player away. CSK is like one legit batsman. Oh, what a
my God.
Who got it?
That's Rancroft, is it?
Doesn't it make you angry when guys make those kind of catches, but they drop the
Yeah, it's Priyam Garg. What a catch. See, What? Sorry, I'm speechless. That's such a good catch. I was saying, oh, that's a great shot. Is that out? Is that out? Is that out? And that dive as well.
Did it get it? Yes. Oh, yeah. Beautiful. Beautiful
See,
catch.
That's one thing. As soon as it goes into the palm of your hands, right?
Right.
You have to take it. You have to take it. I think it's unlucky from the fielder's perspective, but Shubman Gill again performing well. Unfortunately, didn't go above 100 strike rate, but that doesn't. See, they shouldn't send Russell out now. Yes. Oh,
are they sending Russell out now?
Yeah. Saw him run past it. Okay, fine.
I miss that. Guys, that's why I flip. If he drops that catch, then okay, he's running full force. That I don't mind. But when you're under with ball, I think the worst one I saw, it was also CSK. Did you see the one that almost like today, Rashid had? He's waiting for it. Who was it that did that? Was it Jadeja, where he's waiting for the ball, bro? It hit the bottom of his hands and bounced out. And I just like, what just happened? That game, I lost it, bro. The rant, that was like 4 or 5 games ago. The rant on that one, I lost.
I remember that rant. I think it was it Jagadish? I'm not sure. Comment section, please help out, or Raidu. I don't know. It was CSK. I remember this. And that was such a simple. Let's put it this way: if Butterfingers could take it,
I remember now. As soon as he said, "You're right," it was the core. You're right. Oh man, rain fire! I love it. Sorry to cut you off. What were you saying?
No, I was just saying it's just the catching that match. I think that really, really got me ticked off as well. So completely agree with you. Catches win matches, definitely. If they take him, if it's difficult, you say nice effort, good try, right? Good try is not a what do you call it? It's not a bad point. It's a good point. It's them saying you tried really well, you were just unlucky this time. But if you drop a simple catch, then that's just absolutely bad. As a professional, I'm not even saying amateurs. Like even when we play club cricket, we drop a catch. It's still right. Okay, you're not professional, but when you're professional, dropping simple catches, that's just out of bounds.
It's unacceptable. It's a lack of focus, and that's unacceptable. What do you think about this move, bringing in Russell so early?
Do you know what? Maybe Russell wants to get as many balls in the innings. That's the only thing I think of, because he's not been firing, and the only thing is, and I think someone in the comment section said so, his longest innings in this tournament is 14 or 16 balls. Okay, right. He hasn't played many deliveries, so maybe the idea is he gets those 20 deliveries in these 8 overs, gets as many deliveries, and then he goes hell for leather in the last 2-3 if he stays at the crease. Because one thing that Gale did in the game on Friday, that he stayed in, he was 7 off 15. And I remember thinking, I was like, Gale can do this. It's Gale. He can do that. Russell can do that now as well, because he's built this reputation that he's going to smash it, but he doesn't need to live up to that reputation from the get-go. He can get into a state of mind. At least now they have 8 overs, which is good enough, but they're 88. I don't know how I feel about that, though. That doesn't seem enough. What do you think at this point?
You know what? I think that you expect a higher score, but seeing how even at Sarjar, the scores have come down because these pitches are slowing down. You know what I mean? From this point on, if they can put up another 100, they're looking at what 180, or you're not even another 100. Whoa!
I think that's out.
Whoa! Gone.
It's Pram Garg again, isn't it? It's the same fielder again.
Again.
Right. Okay. So
catches coming, but there's Rana, 29 runs. He gives you his 29 runs, 20 balls. I did my
He's done his job. He's going.
Bro, even if you think about it in those terms, if every player averages 20 runs, okay, and you've got 10 wickets, that's 200, right? Before you're out. You got to have that. You just can't come out and go out on a duck, because that now kills everybody. You can't have 2 guys go out on a duck or for less than. That's why I prefer, me personally, that consistency of Pant, who, and I don't know, maybe I'm wrong. You let me know in the chat. Look at Pant's innings this year versus Sanju Samson. Even though Sanju Samson has had some huge innings, he's also gone out multiple times on 9, 7, 8. That I need consistent. I can't have some huge runs that might help me win one game or two games. But then look at the Rajasthan Royals. The first two games, Samsu Samson up 100. I think it was one he put up 100. The other one he put up 88, something like that. Yeah. Obviously, they won those games. So that's what he has to do in order for them to win. How about, measure
someone else stepping it up? Yeah. I think what I agree with you on the front that because he's done this for the past 4 or 5 years. I saw this picture on Instagram saying Sanju Samson first 2 innings in each IPL average 80, strike rate 190, right? Or something like that. And then every other game, his average is like 10 and his strike rate is down to like 120. And he's been doing this consistently on a basis that he does really well at the beginning and then just tapers off exponentially rather than, slowly getting worse. It's just takes a deep dive. One thing I also wanted to mention, I saw this on the chat and someone's asking about the feared pull shot of Rohit Sharma. I don't know if you've seen Rohit Sharma play the pull shot a lot to bounces. Yeah. One thing I do want to say that I think there are a couple of videos on YouTube that you could potentially react to. There's such sweet hits. He's got the pull shot down. I think at the moment, back in the day, I would say the best puller was Ricky Ponting until 2010. I think since Ponting's gone, I think Rohit Sharma is a very, very good contender to have the best pull shot in the game at this very moment. So I definitely, if you get a chance, do check that out.
Definitely will. And again, guys, not that I don't think that the pull shot is not important. It is. You want a guy that can pull shot, but if that's all you do, then I rather have a batsman that's more rounded because I can defend that pull shot. You know what I'm saying? And teams can defend it. Now, by the way, this is the game right here. From what I'm watching, you've got 2 batsmen on strike that literally had not seen one delivery. And this was my point when I was talking to Nick yesterday. The longer you're at strike, the longer you're in the crease, the more accustomed you've seen balls coming off that pitch, the more likely you are to get a hit. This is the game. Because
definitely.
That's why wickets fall in bunches. And normally, why? Because a guy comes out who's been there for a while, and now you got another guy there who hasn't been there. And usually you see guys go out on ducks or slow scores because of it. So right now,
That's a good shot.
Great shot by Russell. Russell and Morgan need to do what the Universe Boss did the other day. Take 10 or 15 balls to build up, and now, okay, I'm ready to go, and I can take it in the depth overs. But this is the game. If we lose one of these wickets right now, good night. Good night.
Do you know what? I completely agree with you. One thing I want to say is Russell. I remember Russell's one of the few players I've seen actually hit a Yorker for 6, right?
What?
So this is the thing. When he's in for the long haul. And what he can do, and a lot of players nowadays do it, is step back in the crease so far back. You're not trailing on the stumps, but you'd make basically a Yorker if you were standing in a normal position into an almost Yorker, and that those extra inches give you that time and that hole just underneath to kind of hit that ball for 6. And if Russell stays in there, that's exactly what I'm saying. He needs to do a Gale, let's put it that way. But last season, that used to be called he's doing a Russell. Let's put it that way. So he can do it. He can do it, and let's see how it goes. To be honest, I was kind of happy that both of the new batsmen came in at the same time, because I just really need SRH to win. But someone pointed it out earlier that SRH, KKR, and CSK are all playing for that fourth spot, aren't they? Whoever wins more matches now is possibly going to go through. CSK has the best net run rate, but that doesn't matter at this point.
Yeah, in my opinion, after RCB's improbable win yesterday, because they shouldn't have won that game, after that win, RCB pretty much locked up unless they go on an epic collapse. Somebody hit me up on Twitter. They were like, don't worry, this is about the time that RCB will go on their epic collapse. And I was just laughing like, come on. And then You let me know.
They had that. Do you know what? They had their epic collapse earlier this year, earlier this season, didn't they? They've had their collapse. That's what I'm thinking. Yeah. So I'm going with that. That was their collapse. They don't need to do it again. But what they've done is RCB have been really unlucky in so many seasons. I can't remember exactly which seasons, but they've had the best teams, but they end up number 7 or number 8. And it's similar to what it just feels bad because it's similar to how you have Rajasthan Royals this season. I built them up so much. I was like Archer, Stokes, Butler, Smith, Sanju Samson. You've got Tewati. Well, Tewati not before the tournament, but Shreyas Gopal. You had I think Gotham as well. So it was just like, oh, they're gonna have brilliant. They've got brilliant players here. They're gonna win. They're gonna win everything. They're gonna get to the playoffs. And it's just not gone their way at all, has it?
Not even a little bit. Not even a little bit. Let us know in the chat. Who do you guys think is the most disappointing IPL team? There's got to be 2. In my opinion, he's right. It's either got to be the Royals. It's got to be the Royals, or, and this is going to be, for me, blasphemous to say. Don't say the Kings 11, because the Kings 11, even when I looked at their roster, everybody said they look like the weakest team on paper. And again, they are down at the bottom. We saw the glaring holes with them. And I think Bogley had said, yeah, Kings 11 looks like the weakest team on paper. Yeah. But yes, Chennai, somebody, wow, Chatil, you're reading my mind. To me, the 2 biggest disappointments this year has been, it hurts me to say it, CSK, or is it the Royals? Who do you think you're looking at this season saying, oh man, this is a disappointment?
Right.
Royals,
I'd say Royals. I think there's a consensus between Royals, CSK, and KXIP. It makes sense because they're at the bottom of the table. I think one thing I'm very surprised about is the fact that I don't know why I just thought Butler would make a complete change for Royals, because I've been watching English cricket. So I think you or Nick said yesterday that maybe because they'd been playing international cricket for like 3 months, maybe they were exhausted. But that would mean they're more into practice. They've got runs under their belt, so they're going to come in and be more informed, or technically they should be more informed. And they've just been unlucky. And I've been surprised at Steve Smith and his batting up till the last game. He was slogging. He is Steve Smith. He's like
horrid.
He shouldn't. Horrid. Yeah, exactly. And I'm thinking to myself, why is he doing this? How is he doing this? He's Steve Smith, number 1 in tests, right? If you're number 1 in tests, you know how to bat, okay? Yeah. You know how to bat a proper shot. You know how to hit it. And he just wasn't. And thankfully, he did it in yesterday's game.
Right.
But I was glad Royals lost, so it's fine.
I just think that the Royals have been the most disappointing because, like, to your point, listen to the names on that team.
Yeah.
Ben Stokes, Steve Smith, Jofra Archer, Tawadia, Gopal, what's the other kid's name?
Butler. Now you've got Tyagi. He's an amazing death bowler.
Yeah, it's this. How are they? That's just disappointing to me. That's like unbelievable. Free hit. Here we go. Oh,
that's a huge no ball.
Give me a 6.
Oh my goodness. That's like not as bad as some other players I've seen, but that's the biggest I've seen in this IPL. That's outrageous.
Dude, he said it's outrageous.
Goodness me.
Go for 6. Let's go, Morgan.
Oh,
and
well, that's 4. That's 4.
That's 4. That's the boundary. I'll take it.
So this is right. I'll ask you a question, Gabe. So this is what I'm thinking. When you have CSK playing KKR, how do you decide who to support? How do you not feel good when things like this happen? If let's say CSK was bowling, you'd be annoyed at CSK, but you'd also think, oh, KKR is doing really well. How do you keep yourself as objective towards one team when you're talking? Because I try, but I become very objective, or I become too biased. That's a good ball.
Man, he earned that run. Oh, the McNuggets. I think he might have hit the McNuggets. Ooh, walk it off. Walk it off, oh boy. How do I stay objective? I think that you know, if you listen to most of my streams, if I didn't wear the jersey or say that I was a fan of the team, you wouldn't even know, because I'm always critical of players. And somebody to their point in the chat, as not the chat, and somebody in one of our videos said, Gabe, do you like any player? Like, because you're always critical. But that's what you do from a coaching perspective. You just don't say, oh yes, you're the greatest thing since sliced bread. Even Coley, you know, I like when they won his attitude. Yeah, you know, what did he say that one game? There's things we need to clean up, you know, some of the performance, and they won. He's acting like they lost, but he's still being critical of mistakes. That's what you do as a coach. That's what you do as a captain. You just don't, oh, we won. Did you win that game, or did the other team lose the game, kind of thing? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, definitely.
It makes a difference. And again, for me, I'm always critical. So it's hard. It's not hard for me to be objective because I'm critical. Maybe like I'm overly critical, Gabe the Destroyer. but
I think being more critical is better than laying and saying, oh no, that's fine. So I'll take your point on that. So when Virat Kohli speaks, the way he talks whenever he's captaining the team, he's never, at least I haven't seen him ever say, oh, we're the best team in the world, or we did great. Or if he gets 150 in a match and wins them the entire game, he will never say, I played well. He always commends the other players and tells them, this is what we need to improve. The other team was great, but today we came up winners. Like, I love the concept of captains usually, because they're used to talking to the press. They're used to doing these post-match and pre-match interviews. 9 times out of 10, they will never say, oh, we won because we're great, or anything like that. And I think that's really humbling. And the way they actually do that in this specific IPL as well is really good. So Karthik's probably the only one I've seen who's been a bit nonchalant about losing or even winning. Everyone else has been critical. So when even when they won the previous game, CSK, before yesterday, even when they won, Dhoni said, yeah, we played well, things went our way, but we still need to make improvements. And I think that's really good, that you're always looking to improve. You never think of it as, oh, we're the best, we can't get better. You can always get better. That's the thing.
Always. Always. And I think, to your point, I don't know if you remember that amazing partnership that, whoa, he smoked that ball. Oh, that's the game.
Did Khalil take that catch? That's a good catch.
Not the Rahin. That's the biggest wicket. Russell gone. Okay, I'm not going to say game over, because I said that a few times yesterday and I was wrong. But I said they need to get to the death overs. They needed at least 15 deliveries to get comfortable and then open it up. And why do I say that? Maybe Karthik proves me wrong right now, but you need somebody that was going to, over the death overs, give you 30 runs or so.
Do you know what? This is where I'm kind of conflicted, because I've seen Pat Cummins do well in the death in 2 games this season, right? But DK is an actual batsman who's only had 150 this season, so 58 of 29, which is a 200 strike rate, right?
Right.
I think that's who's come out. I think DK's come out, but because he's a proper batsman and they've got 5 overs, I think it's probably better in case he needs a bit more time. Cummins, because he's considered a tail ender, he's considered a bowler. Maybe that's why they're holding him back. But yeah, I completely agree with you that this is one of the biggest wickets for SRH to get. And that he literally hit it straight into his hands. Literally hit that ball into his hands. It's like fielding practice. Khalil, just go stand over there. I'm gonna just hit this ball so you catch it.
And you could see that Russell was starting to warm up, right? And that strike rate was right at about 100. And I said, if he makes it to the death overs, once you get to the 16, 17, he was going to hit some bombs. That was a huge wicket. And once again, not the Rahin, man. This game, okay, I've learned my lesson from yesterday. No game is over till it's over. But this is bad, because now you've got Owen Morgan, who's still, he's still out there. Yeah. But you got Karthik, and this is when he's most vulnerable, Karthik, right? When he first comes in, this guy has gotten dismissed so many times in the first over he faces, or the first, 5 or 6 balls. And I think he's getting cautious. What do you think?
Yeah. I agree with you. One thing that I remember from last season that when he'd come in, he'd just come in and just start smashing everything, and it would connect, right? This season, the difference is he's doing the same thing, but it's not working. So it's not his fault. I think his timing is off by this much, and that's between a hero and a zero, if you know what I mean. That's the crunch moment between the two. He's not a terrible player at all. That's the thing. He's done so well, especially last season. But this season, he's only had that one good innings. And let's see, because we've got Morgan on strike now. Their fielding, SRH's fielding they're doing really well. They're saving, if not singles, really they're saving the boundary, aren't they? One question's come up on the chat from Prayag Karta. What is the more risky shot, Dill scoop on pace or on spin? I don't know. Do you know what the Dill scoop is? Have you seen Dilshan play a Dill scoop or anyone play a Dill scoop?
Who played it the other day? And I was like, I hate this shot. It's so risky.
Right. Okay. So
was it Pant that tried to?
It might be because I have a feeling it was Pant, wasn't it? And it's basically you try and chip it over your head.
Over yeah. It was Pant that did it. Yep. And I was like, why? Why?
The big thing about that is I think the only reason I think Dilshan invented the shot initially, and he used to use it because no one was doing the new paddle kind of shots at the time as much. So he did it to pace bowlers who were bowling fuller in length. So he'd be like, oh, I'll just chip it up. I think it's more effective on pace bowlers than spinners because with spinners, it's so slow that they can't get the pace of the ball. When they try and scoop it up, it might not connect as sweetly as it would from the pace. The issue with pace is if you connect it on the top of the bat, the ball hits your face. Go straight in your face rather than going over the wicket keeper. So it's risky in both instances, and I would never recommend. Oh, is that gone? Is that gone? Oh no,
it's trapped. Oof.
Oh, good. Right. Okay. So basically, I think what SRH as a bowling unit are doing is magnificent. Sandeep Sharma in the past couple of games, I wouldn't say that he's a perfect replacement for Bhuvaneshwar Kumar, but he's doing the job that Bhuvaneshwar Kumar would have done. He's not giving away runs, and he takes wickets when he can. At the moment, he's 0 of 12 in 2.3. 2.3, that's...
Here's the problem with SRH.
Yeah.
And I think that you see this, I've seen this in many teams. SRH has no balance. If Bairstow goes down early, you're done. Yeah. Okay? Yeah. If Warner goes down early, you're done. Look at the games they've won versus the games they've lost. And you're going to say, how with their fielding and bowling, are they 3 and 5?
Yeah.
Because they are so top heavy. And Bairstow, I think Nick and I have thrown him so much love, but people said, don't worry, Gabe, Bairstow will disappoint you. And because going back to the days when I watched him on the ODI team, I was like, how is this guy not on? He had amazing performance. I said, how is he not on the test team? And they said, because he's inconsistent. He's going to give you, 70, 80 runs, and then he's going to give you a 7. He's going to give you a duck.
Yeah.
Bairstow's probably the most talented batsman this year that has been, in my opinion, dismissed at least twice, if not 3 times, on like ducks, man. And it's like, Bairstow. And you can't rely on one player that much. That's the difference. DC can lose anybody in their top 2, 3, 4 players, and they can still win. Mumbai Indians, I've seen Rohit Sharma go out on a duck this year, go out on 7 runs. They're still going to have a chance. They're balanced. This team is not balanced. They depend way too much on Bairstow and Warner. So even this score, if I am the Knight Riders, I'm thinking to myself, if we can get to 160, right now it's 111, right? If we can get to 160, we make them chase 160, put pressure on, and if Bairstow falls early, it's over. Or vice versa. Did you see what happened the last game? Warner fell early, and Bairstow was playing test, and he sucked. His strike rate was like 24 for 24. Now I know why this guy doesn't play test. It was like 24 for 24, but he couldn't hit any power shots, and then he ended up losing his wicket, and that was essentially the game. I think actually David Warner is the most important player because it lets Bairstow play loose and play those shots. But if David Warner loses his wicket early, it puts so much pressure on Bairstow, and then he cannot play that role. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I completely agree with that. I think one thing that I've seen, at least in this season, is that Warner, because of the captaincy this time round, he's playing a lot slower because he's letting Bairstow lead, right? And if Warner goes, then Bairstow feels as though he needs to lead, so he needs to slow down. He needs to be the anchor in the innings, and let's see what happens. And then that's where the wickets start falling. And Bairstow, I was just checking now on my phone. Bairstow's played 70 test matches for England. Bairstow's played 70 test matches with an average of 70. Yeah. Wow. And the reason this is the thing. At one point, Butler wasn't performing in tests, and Bairstow started to perform, right? So they kind of swapped them around. And then Butler came back into the scene, and they realized, no offense to Bairstow. Sorry if you're watching the stream, Johnny Bairstow. I apologize. You're watching in the dugout in SRH or on the field or something. But yeah, he didn't perform as well. And Butler kind of literally replaced him in the test side now. And Bairstow stuck to ODIs and T20s because he feels more natural in that. He definitely feels more natural, especially in the opening slot or number 3 if he plays ODIs.
Yeah, he struggles when he has to play at that test rate and kind of be that anchor. That's just not his forte. It says Meditimium. Meditimium, what up, brother? He goes, Gabe, Natarajan is from Tamil Nada, which is CSK State. Maybe would like to play for his home team. Would you trade? Absolutely.
Yeah.
I would trade. You know what? Here's the thing, because the thing with CSK is they've got so many good bowlers, but kind of like you were saying earlier, they have so many foreign players they can't play them all.
Yeah,
play Satner, trade to here. You can't play him because you got, like you said, you can't pull Sam Curran off of the team because he's helping you with both the bat and the arm, right? Taking wickets, right? So you need him. You're not breaking up the opening partnership of the Faf, your best fielder, and Watson. So that's 3 spots. You can only basically play, in my opinion, 1 foreign at a time. You got Johnny Bravo, you got Satner, Dwayne Bravo, you got Satner, you can't play all those guys. Trade them. Go ahead and go get not the Rahin. But people said trades just don't exist basically in IPL. Nobody really trades.
Yeah, they don't. I can't recall a trade actually going ahead. I think last season it wasn't overseas players that were allowed. It was only local players. But this season, I think they've allowed overseas players to be traded as well. I've read somewhere that Chris Lynn from Mumbai, I think he's in Mumbai at the moment, he wanted to trade, but no one's kind of agreeing to that at the moment. There was another player, I think Lockie Ferguson, the one who's playing for KKR today. I think he mentioned, I'm happy to trade with someone if you want. And they play him the next game because they realize that, maybe someone will take him because he's express pace. That's the thing. Everyone wants someone who can ball at the death, right? And he can ball at the death. And same thing. I completely agree. I would take Natarajan in a heartbeat. And unfortunately, I would drop Bravo. And because I'll drop Bravo, I have that death bowler as Natarajan, and I can play Imran Tahir or Josh Hazelwood, depending on what type of pitch it is. Or maybe even Santner.
Wow, what a catch.
I don't think it's a catch. I think it's a bump ball, isn't it?
Yeah, but that's Johnny Bairstow. One of his biggest weaknesses is his fielding. He's terrible back there. He's terrible. He is. And look at this. That's impressive, Bairstow.
That's a nice drive.
Nice drive. Bairstow is not known for his glove, all right? This dude gives up more pass balls like that for 4. I think that Bairstow if you look at the metrics, right? And this is something that, again, they do in baseball. Yeah. It's how many, there's a metric called runs defended, right? Versus runs allowed. And if you're a great player, let's say you help your team out, especially in cricket. Let's say your bat gets them 40 runs a game, averages, or 30 runs a game. But your defense is so bad that you cost your team 10 runs a game, like that one. Did that go off of Bairstow's pad?
No. It's gone a lot higher. Don't worry. It's not Bairstow.
It looked for
but I see what you mean.
But if
Sorry,
you allow 10
go on.
runs a game, right? Because your defense is so bad, then
Yeah.
technically you're not giving your team 20, 30 runs because you got to subtract the runs you're allowing by the runs you provide. That's what baseball is.
So in baseball, does every, I don't know if I'm using the right terminology, but every pitcher bats as well? Or is it, no? Pitchers don't bat, or do they eventually bat? Or how is it similar to cricket in that instance?
Only pitchers in the National League bat. However, this year, because of COVID, they started a new rule where they adopted the DH, which is designated hitter. So you got a guy that's designated to come in and hit basically for the pitcher spot. And I think you've seen this year the death of the National League's tradition of pitchers batting, because one of the reasons that the union baseball players union has been trying to do this for years. Why? Because if you have DHs, then designated hitters, you open up more positions for, let's be honest, batters that really can't field. And now you've got half of the other league, half of the 32 teams, 16 teams that all need DHs. You save your pitchers from injuries. They don't have to run the bases. And all the owners are now recognizing, if I've got a $300 million pitcher like Garrett Cole in the Yankees, do I really want him out there? Am I paying him to go out there and bat and maybe pull a lat muscle, or maybe get hit on the hand and break his head, which has happened to pitchers? Or am I just paying him to pitch? So I think you've seen the death of it. You'll never see a pitcher bat again, in my opinion, after this season in baseball. The union's going to use this example, say, look, no pitchers were hurt on the, while they were batting this year. Look at all the additional players that got to play from a revenue standpoint, right? The union's job is to get people paid. You got all these guys that really can't field in the outfield or even play first base, but they can hit. So that just created more positions. So that's another thing, man. I think there are really great fielders in cricket, and when I mean all rounders in cricket, where I cannot tell you, in baseball maybe there's one or two pitchers that could actually hit well. Pitchers just don't. They stopped doing it at high school, man.
Because they've specialized in the pitching side of things.
That's it. In high school, they will literally designate you as a pitcher only, and that's all you do. So in cricket, I'm impressed to see a guy like Pollard that can take wickets and hit, or Sam Curran that can take wickets and hit, or Andre Russell, or name Stoinis, name all these guys that are all-rounders. We don't see that in baseball. I literally can name two guys that could really hit right now. Madison Bumgarner from the San Francisco Giants, and who else is a good batter that's a pitcher in baseball? Bumgarner can hit home runs. He's really good. That may be caught.
No, it's fine. It's fine.
It just fell in front of him.
Good dive, though.
Ooh, yeah, get back. It's Madison Bumgarner and Zach Greinke. That's it.
Wow.
Oh, man. And you know what's funny? I don't know, and when we say walking wicket, right? I don't know if I started that, or maybe that was already a term. But in baseball, we got what we call, those guys are outs. You're out in a lineup, and in the National League, pitchers are outs. Those guys are walking outs. You're just waiting for that pitcher spot to come up because they're going to give up their at bat. Most of those guys don't even want to swing hard. You watch, it's like they're scared to swing because they don't. It's so bad. It's so bad.
Do you know what? I think one thing that's happened in cricket over the course of the last, I'm going to say 15 years. So since T20s became a proper thing, a lot of bowlers have started to bat as well. So similar to your example that you can only name two at the moment, there were genuine all-rounders back in the days in 60s, 70s, 80s, etc. But there weren't many pure bowlers who could bat a bit as well. I can only think of Malcolm Marshall as the only really decent bowler who could also bat, who wasn't an all-rounder. And I think that's one thing that's developed because of T20 cricket. Bowlers have improved their batting and their fielding, because they realize they could potentially be called upon in certain situations. So like Pat Cummins comes in, scores 33 of 11. You've got Chris Morris, who started as a bowler. Now he's batted so well that he's become an all-rounder now. You've got people like Jofra Archer comes in, he hits sixes for fun, and it's like just absolutely crazy. It's all-rounders usually aren't used as much. Usually you have bowlers, and then and someone just wrote that, so I'm glad they said that as well. You have one all-rounder, and then you've got loads of bowlers. But now you've got one genuine
get it out. Get it out.
Oh, that's six.
Great job.
That's a good shot by
Great
Karthik.
job.
I just noticed the hair of the umpire. That's really nice hair. Really
Narayan. They said Narayan. That's what you call a COVID hair right there. That dude hasn't seen a haircut in 6 months.
I tried, but that didn't go very long before I was told to cut my hair off. So.
You know what? Where and this is what I say. I can be critical, but then I can also be objective. Karthik is probably playing one of his best innings he's played all year round, because he came in and look, he's done exactly what he's needed to do. He's helped push it up. Now 150, 160 is within reason, right? Yeah. He's got a great strike rate, 18 for 10. And I know, because I looked at his numbers, guys. I know he's way too good to perform the way he's been performing. Maybe the captaincy got to him. But if you saw his last inning that he played, when he was dismissed on that reverse sweep, that it was just looked really bad, guys, it looks like he was searching. He had no confidence. And that happens even to the best players in every sport. You've seen football players, right, who shank a kick in let's say in the penalty, right? And you're like, how did you miss that kick? It's just the pressure it gets to you. And I think the pressure got to, it's either that somebody, paid you to throw a game, but you know what I'm saying?
Let's not think of it that way.
Much, bro. Bro, I know you don't watch football that much, man, but I'm telling you, man, it's that's one of the things that and Savannah's family, they're football royalty. You know what I mean? Her grandfather actually played for the Mexican national team. Her dad played for La Chivas Mexico. Her younger cousin got drafted out of high school. He had a full right to go to UCLA. He got drafted out of high school. He played for the Tijuana Cholos. And then after that, he came over to play in the States, and now he plays for the LA Galaxy Doe. I mean, they've got a plethora of people. Yes. And
royalty, Gabe. Your family.
Not mine. That's her family. I wish it was my family. That's her football family.
That's a great shot as well by Karthik, isn't it? To Natarajan.
This is one of the best innings I've seen him play, and I'm happy for him.
Yeah.
But my point is that, in football, that right there is blasphemous. Like when it's penalty shot time, if the goalie makes a great stop, he makes a great stop. But when it's penalty shot time, have you ever seen those guys that kick it and completely miss everything? You're like,
yes, I've seen those. How this is your job? How did you miss? I genuinely, like, when we get to the break, I'm going to mention something. I'm going to write it down, and I'll mention it then, because we're talking about other things now. But definitely, it's absolute shocker when they miss penalty shots. It reminds me of something, and I'll talk about that later. But yeah, it's like, this is what you do for a living, right? How could you miss? How could you miss a penalty?
Bro, come on. Really? And I mean, again, if the keeper blocks it, great. But you've probably practiced penalty shots every practice from the time you were playing club soccer since you were a little kid, and you completely shank it, bro. I'm telling you, the pressure just gets to people. It's real. And I saw in the last game, the pressure was visibly on Karthik's face. And I even said, I feel bad for the guy because he's searching. I said, mentioned it in our 3 wickets. He just gave up. He did something most players wouldn't do, which was give up the captaincy himself. It takes a big man to be humble and say, you know what? Somebody else needs to lead this team. I actually became a fan of Karthik after that move, because how many players do you know would do that? Everybody says that, was it Ricky Ponting did that? He benched himself as a as or gave up the captaincy. I think they might have said it was Ricky Ponting.
I think it was Williamson in SRH a few years ago. I think Williamson gave up the captaincy or something like that.
Somebody said it might have been Ricky Ponting earlier. But this guy is still young. Ricky Ponting was at the end of his career. This guy is a young guy, and to do that, it just shows so much class as a player. And I became a fan.
I think I know what you're talking about. I think he gave it to Michael Clark, his captaincy. He gave up the captaincy, gave it to Michael Clark, but still played, I think, for a bit under him. And completely agree with you. Yeah, that type of commitment to cricket is really good to see. And Karthik's commitment to KKR was really evident when he did that, because I didn't think he would. I kept going for the fact that, Karthik should give up the captaincy, give it to Morgan.
I didn't think it was going to happen.
Right? I didn't think it was going to happen. But I think that's the right move. And what he's done, I don't know if you've noticed, but as soon as he gave up the captaincy, in the previous game, he didn't know what to do. But this game, he looks like, I'm set in my ways. I don't need to think about anything except wicket keeping and batting. Captaincy's off my head. I don't need to worry about any of this. And he's done, like, really impressed by his, what do you call it? Humbleness. I think you use humble. I completely agree with you.
Such a humble guy. It says Swapnil, thanks for the contact. Swapnil always corrects me when I'm wrong. He looks young.
He does look young.
He's 35 years old.
Yeah. He played for India a very long time ago. He used to play for India quite often as well.
Look at his face, bro. Look at my face. He's only 5 years younger than me. God, what did I do wrong? Get out. Get it out. Get it out.
Oh, that's 6. That's 6.
Let's go.
Ooh. Natarajan getting spanked.
Bro, I want Karthik to be comeback player of the year, like second half player. I want him to succeed so bad, because I did kill him. But that's just because I was pointing out what he did incorrectly. Now, in my opinion, he did the right thing, something that very few athletes would do, like sacrifice himself and his pride for the team, reward him. And I think he's being rewarded today by how well he's playing. Bro, I'm so impressed by this innings by him. Oh my gosh, I'm so impressed.
Do you know what? I'd highly recommend if you get a chance, just as a quick overview, to look at Dinesh Karthik and Andre Russell together last season. Definitely, their batting together last season was just. I can't remember the numbers exactly, but their strike rates, their averages were amazing. I think Andre Russell scored 400, 500 runs last season. He scored 300 or 400 runs, both going at over 170 strike rate on average, right? That type of batting, I would definitely recommend it. Definitely give it a watch when you can find something. Yeah.
Gabe, you should be supporting SRH if you're a true CSK fan. Listen, I mentioned that, but I said I just think that loss yesterday was so bad. You just know coming back from it. And let's say Bravo's hurt now, right? So maybe I'll get my call for Tahir. All right. And landed safely. That's going to be at least a single. Okay, good. Even if you get that, hear me out, guys. Does that solve CSK's problems? As a CSK fan, okay, go get Satner. Go get Tahir, right? Because now Bravo's down. Did that still solve our issue? Do we not still have a glaring hole at 4, right? We still do. We're still missing a legit batsman. The experiment, like Nick said, experiment failed. It doesn't matter. If you are relying on having to get 30 runs in order to win a game out of Curran, then that's really, really asking a lot of a guy that's an all-rounder. You're okay?
Yeah.
You're asking way too much. And I think that's a boundary. He touched a boundary when we went down. Keep running, boys. Get 3 on it. I thought that was a boundary. They need to review that.
They probably will. I think they will. I don't think he touched it, but the angle's tricky. That angle's really tricky when you're trying to look from a top type of angle. Yes. I've just got a question here. Asjan and Gabe, why are you supporting? I'm supporting SRH. I'm supporting SRH.
Yeah,
he's touched it. He's touched it. Yeah,
that's a boundary. Thank you. Let's go, guys. I listen. SRH. If they win, it's good for CSK.
That's close.
Now that knee started touching his hands are clearly still on that ball right there. Look, the boundary starts moving.
All right. Okay.
No,
I don't know what they're going.
I haven't given up on CSK, but remember, I also had KKR going to the playoffs, guys, and that's the mistress. I will watch every CSK game. I am a CSK fan. If they make it, trust me, I'm just looking at myself. And as a fan, guys, be objective. How is Dhoni gonna fix the glaring hole he has? That, let's be honest, it's not Dhoni's fault. All right, he could not have predicted Reina wasn't gonna be there. This was, in my opinion, the biggest loss to them. You know, if you could have lost what's his name?
Harbhajan Singh. Yeah,
Harbhajan Singh. That's fine because you're deep at bowling. But when you lose your number 3 guy, the guy that literally is the most important batsman in that lineup, in that order, outside of Dhoni himself, I mean, come on, let's just be real. It's like, how are they going to fix it? Somebody tell me, how would you fix it? You watched enough games now, and you are a CSK fan, so you know the roster. Who do you bring in? How do you fix it?
This is the thing. I personally, the only solution I can think of is you send someone like, and again, I don't think anyone would agree with me, but I think maybe you send someone like Jadeja up top in the current team. You send someone like Jadeja to bat at number 3, right? Again, the Sam Curran experiment, I don't know if it's worked or not because it's a 50-50 shout. Right. But if you have Watson, Duplessis opening the batting, you have Ravi Jadeja, then you've got Ambati Rayudu, then you've got Dhoni. I kept thinking Dhoni should bat higher up, but it seems like he's not in touch at all at this very moment. So I would vouch for the fact you put Jadeja higher up in the order because he does seem like he's able to hit it. He scored 25 of 10 2 games ago. He scored 33 of 13 yesterday. Based on the numbers, I would put someone like him. So he'll do the Nitish Rana job that we were talking about for CSK. That gaping hole, again, oh my goodness.
Get it
Morgan.
out. Get it out.
Morgan. Morgan. Wow.
What a partnership, guys. Old captain, new captain. These guys both were literally sitting they both came in late. And just think about what they've done. 160 might have been, that's out of the question. Sorry, 161 right now, and we still got 2 balls to go. I cannot say enough about the job that Karthik has done today. And
very impressed with Karthik, honestly. 29 of 14, that's over 200 strike rate, right?
That's an over 200 strike rate, guys. Yeah. I mean, I can crush a player when they play poorly. I can tip my hat when they do unbelievably. This is an unbelievable performance, and now you're giving your team a chance to win. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, definitely. And they need to win. They need to win now on their end, because what they've done, I don't know how much they've scored, but they were on 88 in 12 overs.
Right.
They've almost doubled, not complete, but almost doubled that in 8 overs. Right?
Exactly. And
fantastic.
Going back to our conversation we were having, I think that Curran is more suited to be a tail ender, because if you lose Dhoni, at least you have another guy that can come in after Dhoni and get you a couple sixes here and there. And so, as much as I hate saying it, I agree with Nick. Experiment failed, but yes, move up Jadeja to 3, Rayudu at 4. And I mean, that's still early for Dhoni to be coming in, but he's got to come in at 5. No Bravo now, so you need another tail ender that can hit. And like I said, not that I've given it them guys, but
Santner would probably be a better shout. If you want someone who's an all-rounder, genuine all-rounder, he can bat. I don't know how. I haven't seen him bat amazingly well too often, but the best person I can compare Santner to, I don't know if have you seen Santner play properly at all in a live game? Think of Axar Patel. Think of Axar Patel, but from New Zealand. Let's put it that way.
Gotcha.
That's the best example.
Now here's a question. Here's a question. What was And what was DC thinking, not putting in Axar Patel yesterday when clearly he was the right choice? Like, I don't understand. Like, and I know it's the what do you call it? Monday morning. Ooh, please give up a 6 so I could tear you up, or 4. Let's go. That's gonna be
out.
No. And you know why I'm calling for it, right? Because I love it when they get into the Jordan line and I can mention it.
Right. Okay. I've got a question because I'm gonna guess what someone asked Asjad, please ask Gabe what the Jordan line is. So, from my understanding, the Jordan line is based on Chris Jordan getting hit for 50 runs. This is my understanding, but am I right or am I wrong?
So I did not know. Like, again, having come in and watched CPL first and then watch a few IPL games here and there, like, I had not seen a bowler get absolutely hammered like that. And he got absolutely hammered. So I'm like, oh, this dude, it was an embarrassing performance. He gave up, I think it was 21 that game or 25 in that last over in the death overs. So I said, we're gonna call it. I lost that. I said, we're gonna call it the Jordan line. We're gonna name it after him. And somebody was like, oh, call that the Dinda Academy. And then, some people were like, well, Dinda was upset himself because I guess it's a thing that because he had a long career as a cricketer or whatnot. So I said, I'm not gonna throw salt on Dinda because I've never seen him play, and that's something that happened in the past. I can see what my eyes are showing me, and Jordan has earned that Jordan line this year because he got lit up like a Christmas tree several times.
Would you not say several times? I think that's the key you're talking about. Because I would have said Siddharth Kaul got hit for 64 as well in his 4 overs. Like the 1 or 2 games that he played. I thought, he's when I heard you say Jordan line, first I thought, is that a Michael Jordan reference? Is that what? I was like, no, Michael Jordan's a good player. Was a good player. This is about Chris Jordan.
Well, and I think the funny thing is that one of the reasons I use the Jordan line is one of the most popular what do you call it, memes out here is the crying Jordan face in America.
Yes, it is. I know that. I know that one.
It's Jordan. Whenever a batter gets hit and crosses the Jordan line, we put the crying Jordan face on them because I know that's how they're feeling. Then you should be disgusted in yourself. You know what I'm saying? That's the Jordan line, man. Man. I didn't want to, again, having never seen. And not that I'm disrespecting Jordan. We're saying it tongue in cheek, just having fun. Yeah, but you can't tell me that when a bowler, you were a bowler, you played with cricket, you've known guys that are bowler. When a guy goes out there and gets absolutely hammered, all right, you think that they're happy. Bro, those guys are depressed. Those guys, you know what I mean? They want to go home and cry, put their head under the pillow. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, come on, you did a bad thing. That's a no-no. Can't give up 50 runs. Not in 4.
Someone's mentioning that Basil Thumpy, he's playing for Sunrisers today. He's been hit for over 70 runs before in 4 overs. But I don't remember that. So I think I'm the same as you because you haven't seen Dinda play, Ashok Dinda, or you haven't seen Thumpy play that much. So you can't really base it on that.
Bro, that would be, it's the Dr. Play line now. That would be glorious. I would love to see 70 runs, bro. That means he basically had one of those overs where it was 6 balls hit for 6s. Like that, he must have got Dhoni. Remember that video? 6 balls and 6s, and I think Chris Gale also had 6 6s, right? He had 6 balls for 6s. Like, could you imagine you walk into that over thinking, I'm feeling pretty good about myself. My run rate right now is pretty good. 3 overs. I've only given up 20 runs, 25 runs, and then you get hit for 6 6s. Did he get hit for 2 6 6s? 70 runs. Oh my! I would never bowl again. He has no.
He's actually been picked. That's the funny thing. He's actually playing today as well. That's, to be honest, right? Is this Abu Dhabi? I think it is. It is Abu Dhabi. Right. I think 163 is a decent score.
I think so too.
I think you said 160. Yeah, you said 160 at the beginning. I was thinking more around the lines of 150, 160, anything there, because their bowling is pretty good. KKR's bowling is pretty good. And if they get Bairstow out early, that gives them a huge chance. As soon as the first wicket falls, I think that's where we can potentially decide. But as we both learned from yesterday's final over collapses on the not final over collapses, final over debacles, that it's never over, is it?
Bro, both games, I couldn't believe it. And it's like, you know, it's funny. Everything that could have gone Nick's way went Nick's way yesterday. And I'm like, everybody was like, text Nick, right, for the first stream, because I was streaming on my own, and RCB was losing. So I'm happily texting Nick. Bro, I can't make it up. RCB starts coming back because it happened literally in the last 2 overs, and now Nick shows up, and I'm like, oh, now you show up. Of course you do. When I'm watching the epic, you know how you have batting collapses, but bro, that was a bowling collapse. I was absolutely dumbfounded with the AB de Villiers, bro. I think it was 45 runs in 3 or 42 runs in 3 overs and 55 runs in the last 4 overs. I'm like, what just happened? What just happened?
Just went crazy.
What happened? I couldn't believe it. And again, even think about CSK. I would argue that if they have Bravo, they win that game. Think about what had to happen for DC to win that game. Not to take anything away from Axar Patel. Not to take anything away from Dewan. Somebody said that, and guys, I'm not saying that Dewan is not a great player. Dewan is a fabulous player. Obviously, he's a class batsman, but he was helped to that 100 that he scored by 3 drops. Any great player of any substance, if you give him 3 drops, it's gonna put up a pretty high score on you. Maybe not 100, but a pretty high score on you. But with that being said, even with all that, CSK was in position to win that game, and then you get the injury from Bravo. Come on, that
was shocking because I didn't hear it at all because I was watching the game and I thought, oh, Bravo should be bowling the 19th, and I didn't hear anything or see him getting injured. So probably missed something. Definitely,
we might have missed it, and if I'm not mistaken, it's a quad injury, right? What did they say? It was a quad injury or
quad injury. Yeah.
You know how long that takes to heal? How many weeks? We got 2 weeks basically left. We're in match.
He's not playing. We're match 35 so I don't think he's playing anytime soon. If that is what his injury is.
A week or 2, bro. At least. Pant got a hamstring and missed basically a week. 3 matches he's missed so far, and mind you, they've lost one of those matches, and
one they were about to lose.
It's so huge to that team, and that's a hamstring. A quad? Oh my God, he may be out 2 weeks.
Yeah,
he may be out 2 weeks. Groin injury.
Groin injury. That's still. I don't know how long that takes, but that's still not the greatest. One thing I want to mention, if that's okay, because I'm just doing something in the background, so I apologize if I have looked this way. I've been putting my videos up because I fell asleep right after I watched the match. I recorded everything. I put them up, so I just wanted to say I have put up my videos from yesterday's game. So if anyone wants to check it out in the chat, please do. It's Cricket for Us 2.0.
Matter of fact, let's go ahead and check it out right now while we're in innings break, because I want to see you flip out. Hopefully, there was a huge rage monster. Go ahead and put it in the chat, and let's watch you guys during the.
I'll add this in
during the innings break right now.
I'll tell you this, Gabe. My expertise are not as good as your ranting expertise. I genuinely respect them so much. I can't rant like you, and I feel very honored to be here, and that's the reason why I'm whenever I'm here, I'm thinking, oh, okay, what can I do? What should I do? How should I act in certain scenarios? And I can't rant as well as you, so I try and be as objective as possible. But then it kind of goes down the wrong way.
I am so excited to watch this video, guys. Go to his channel right now during innings break, because that's another thing. What can I learn from him? He has the amazing way of summing up a match in 5 minutes or less, bro. I cannot sum up a match in 15 minutes, 20 minutes. Nick and I have a game going where we actually, as we're editing, we see how much time does Gabe take before we actually get into the match. Like the first 10 minutes, I'm ranting about something else. Like, you have an unbelievable gift, my friend.
Yeah, thank you so much. Honestly, I really appreciate it. I'll tell you this. It takes me a long time because I speak about one bit for a certain amount of time. I'm thinking, I want to summarize it. And the best way to summarize something is you say as many keywords as you possibly can. So I've realized my keywords are wow, just, amazing. So there's some words that I've just picked which just tell you that's what I feel about these things happening. And it's just, to be honest, it's so much fun trying to review or like do post-match analyses of these matches, because it reminds me of when I was a kid and I used to watch these matches and I was like, oh, I want to know how to, I want to do what they're doing. And it's just, I'm really grateful you guys gave me a chance to come on your channel. Honestly, really appreciate it. Honestly,
you do an unbelievable job. You know, it's funny. Nick was clowning me, right? The first time I'm watching your videos, and you're like, maybe we're gonna bring this guy on to train you on how to actually get through a video. I don't think we have a video for less than 20 minutes, bro. It's something possible, guys. The name of the video, and I'm actually looking at it right now, is Cricket Roundup episode 3, right? You just posted it about 24 minutes ago.
Yeah, it's the one just before that is the CSK one. So it would be the ups and downs one.
Ups and downs. So I'm gonna put it in the chat for you guys. Ups and downs for Dream 11 IPL match 34. And I want to see this greatness. It's actually 8 minutes. It looks like they're walking on the field right now. So we'll actually wait till the
timeout.
And we'll do it in the next game. But I'm gonna make sure we do that. Look at that, 8 minutes. 8 minutes, guys. There's not one video we have on Boring Reviews or CSK where we do anything in 8 minutes. If I had done an R3 Wickets, I would have been ranting for 18 minutes before I even, you know.
Oh, that's great. To be honest, your rants or the way you express yourself is actually one of the huge reasons why I guess you have this following. Because whenever I've seen your videos, I actually wait for the point where you get to disliked. And I'm like, okay, here we go. This is what I'm waiting for. This is what I've been waiting for. And it doesn't matter if it's 35 minutes, if it's 40 minutes. I think I said this to Nick, that your videos, it doesn't matter how long they are. They're still entertaining to watch. That's the thing. I'm really sorry to put you on the spot here, but it's still very, very entertaining. You've got 35 minutes, out of which 25 minutes you're saying something about a match that's happened almost 8 hours before it happened, and I'm still finding what you're talking about entertaining. You're talking about actual things. You're talking techniques. You're comparing other sports. You're bringing in so much knowledge that you have from other things, from your coaching experience, and the way you kind of put that all together is just amazing. Honestly.
So my wife, right? Her and Nick love to pick on me. They're like, the new thing they're gonna do is add a timer on my rants. So they're gonna go see how long I lose it. How long did it go? And you can see the timer going up. Beep, beep, way in the corner. He ran it for 2 minutes and 45 seconds, people. And I was like, there's no way my rant was that long. And she was like, babe, you ranted for like 3 minutes straight. I went back and looked. I forgot what video it was. 3 minutes and 21 seconds. Wow, that is the longer. Thank you, and you know, it is better for the algorithm, but I'm just saying he has an amazing way of summing things up. This is interesting right here.
Good choice. Interesting. Right. I would say the only reason I'd put Williamson up there instead of, is it Warner and Williamson, isn't it? Or is it Bairstow and Williamson?
Bairstow.
Ooh. Right. Okay. I'll tell you what. I'm trying to make some sort of reasoning for it. The only thing I can think of is Williamson has looked in better touch when he's been at the crease than David Warner. David Warner has scored runs, but Williamson this season has had a better strike rate in general whenever he's batted. So maybe they're trying to take advantage of the power play, and maybe because Lockie Ferguson is going to bowl, they have Kane Williamson, who is the New Zealand captain, facing a New Zealand bowler, just like yesterday where Du Plessis just beat up Norkia because he knew what he was about to do. Because Du Plessis is an ex-captain, he knew what he was doing. Brilliant batsman plays him in the nets. Maybe that's the reason why they've sent Kane Williamson up here.
And listen, I trust me, I know Kane Williamson. Me and Nick were calling for him when remember earlier in the year when he wasn't playing and SRH was losing. We're like, where's Kane Williamson? What are you guys doing? And he's had some good games. He's had some okay games. My thing is, I feel like they're both the same guy right now up there, which is Bairstow and Williamson are both looking to attack. So it's dangerous putting both these guys in the opening partnership, especially when the big show, as I like to call him. Dude, that's what I call Patty Cummings, the big show, all right? This guy is entertainment. This guy is the real deal. You could lose both guys this first over.
Yeah, you could lose Pat Cummins, right? yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say. Since he got his injury a few years ago, his speed's gone down slightly, but the way he still bowls, his line and lengths, there's just exactly what you need. Like that delivery right there, right? It's pitching just outside off, coming in, and if he left that would have hit off stump, right? He's just got amazing thought process of where he needs to land the delivery. He's going to pitch it on the same spot and then just seam it out or swing it out. He's done that so consistently for so many years now. It's just, if he gets smashed, that's the game for KKR. That's the way I see it. He's one of their key bowlers, definitely, especially because Narayan isn't playing, but if Narayan doesn't perform, the only other option I thought they had was Cummins, who'd actually do well for them. And Cummins has had a pretty decent record against Bairstow, I think, of getting him out. Again, please correct me in the comments. I'm just talking lifetime of cricket, not IPL. But Cummins has had the wood over him slightly. So maybe that's the reason why Cummins is opening now rather than Ferguson opening. You know what I mean? But I like this competition. These matchups are really good, aren't they?
This is so interesting. This is so... Look, here it goes.
There you go.
2 outs. You're right. Cummins basically owns Johnny Bairstow. Yeah. And you can see how cautious... 4 dots. Yeah. You can see how cautious Bairstow's being. Like, he knows, listen, this dude's a real deal. You know when a guy has your number. You know what I mean? So it's like, I to his credit, I think Bairstow's playing smarter now because I've seen Bairstow also try to go after Patty Cummings actually earlier this year and get himself out on a ridiculous ball. Like, what are you doing? Yeah. So you're biding your time. You know what I'm saying? Live to fight another day. Live to see another over.
Ooh, whoa,
nasty bouncer.
Oh, Pat Cummins.
I love it. I'm telling you, the best a man could be. I love that tagline from the show, the test. They were like the Irish, not the Irish. I'm sorry, all the Australian players were like, that's what they call Patty Cummings, the best a man could be, because he's just a savage, bro.
Yeah. I can't wait for this India-Australia series. I said it yesterday as well. That test series is literally like, being a Pakistani, I watch a lot of Pakistan games. I watch a lot of other matches as well. But one of the few neutral international games I love to watch is India against Australia, or India-England, or England-Australia, India-South Africa. Like these, all these teams, right? Anytime, because on TV in England, you get a lot of these on TV. So it's a lot easier to watch. You don't get matches from Afghanistan, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka on TV. So it's hard to watch those. I have to find them online. Streams aren't great and things like that. But that India-Australia series is going to possibly the best thing I'm looking forward to after the IPL finishes.
Bro.
Yeah.
And is that a test match or is that
It's a test series. I think there's 4. Is it 3 or 4 matches? Someone correct me.
4.
All right. Okay. So just someone's commented in here. There is a Pakistan series going on at the end of this month between Pakistan and Zimbabwe. And they're actually, Zimbabwe's flying into Pakistan. They're playing in Pakistan and things. And that's really good. But I think that won't be shown on TV in England. I don't know if it'll be on Hotstar for you guys or not. But it's just, it won't be shown anywhere. And I'll get it. I'll watch it. I'll review on it more likely than not. I'll be reviewing those matches. But I think it's just difficult to watch anything that's not India, England, Australia. It's a lot easier to get access to them. And it's a lot better quality in terms of the TV as well.
you know what? We'll try to follow it on ESPN Crick Info and your reviews, because if it's not on Hotstar or not on Willow, we just that's all we have. He said
exactly.
on Willow.
Yeah.
Yep, and it's definitely. The only 5-game test series is the Ashes, right? The Ashes is the only
right.
5.
So at the moment, I think that's the case. What they're trying to do is make India, England, India, Australia, and England, Australia, the Ashes 5-match test series, rather than having the 4-match, because 5-match is just what they used to do back in the day. You remember? We talked about this yesterday. West Indies, England used to be a 5-match test series because they were like, oh, this will be great because West Indies is a great team and England's one of the biggest money guns in cricket. They invented the game. So in that aspect, I think these 3 teams should, against each other, play 5-match test series. 5-match test series are so entertaining, honestly. Oh, they're so good.
Bro,
oh my goodness.
They
need to get one sorted soon.
As much as I like IPL, and I do, it's probably become my second favorite format in the game. There's just something about tests. Let's say, here's the difference. Yesterday's loss for CSK, if this was test, would not have bothered me because, you won day 1. Can you win day 2? Can you win? You know what I mean? Can you win the first and second inning? Can you win that? It's really a test of wills. You know what I mean? A test of stamina. Anybody could show up for one game. Something could go wrong. You guys got lucky. I'm not gonna say, and I'm not disparaging here. So when I say you guys got lucky, but you had a lot of things break your way, DC, for CSK to lose, including the fact that not just was there 3 catches, but a guy got injured right before the last over. Is that likelihood to happen again over the next ending of this test series? Probably not. So I just love that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. One thing I completely agree with you. I think one thing I want to mention from the chat, because I just saw there's a couple of points. So India, England, since 2014, I don't know who, let me find the chat. Since 2014, it is a 5-match test series, India, England from now on, from 2014. India, Australia is still to become a 5-match test series.
Gotcha.
That's
And the new guy is a YouTuber. Check out his channel, Cricket for Us. Man, great content on there. He reviews every match in literally less than 10 minutes, which is what it takes me usually to get out. He does a good job, and man, we love his channel. We're fans, so we got him we got him to come on because we were fans of his work. Check him out. Cricket for Us. I'll actually put the or you can put it in the and post it in the chat, right?
Yeah. Well, I'll do it from my phone. It's a lot easier. Thank you for that, Gabe. Williamson seems to be not injured, but he was limping slightly when he took that run.
I'm just really, really, really confused with what's going on right now. No David Warner. He's been there for the opening partnership literally every game. Yeah. You got 2 guys that are really aggressive out there. Do you think they're protecting David Warner from from Patty Cummins, because normally he's gonna bowl at least 1 or 2 overs in the power play?
This is the thing. I don't think he needs to be put back, because David Warner, I know he's gotten out from Pat Cummins a couple of times, but based on the fact that they share the same dressing room for most of the year, based on the fact that in practice sessions and everything, they have the practice to beat him up in terms of the batting side and Pat Cummins on his side. I don't understand it, but the only thing, like I mentioned before, only reasoning I can think of is David Warner has used this as a tactical move because KKR probably thought David Warner is coming out, so let's make our plans to say in the power play we'll ball this guy, we'll ball this guy, we'll ball this guy, and that's kind of gone all out of whack because they're not going to ball Varun Chakravarti in the power play now because there's 2 right-handers at the crease. Right. If David Warner was there, he'd be the off spinner who's bowling. I think it is Varun Chakravarti, I think. Or is he not playing? Is it Kuldeep Yadav?
I think
if he's there, then I think I might have just... I keep clicking on the wrong thing. Just bear with me 2 seconds. Yeah, he's playing. Okay, so he's playing. So if he was bowling against a left-hander, the ball's spinning away. It's harder for them to hit the ball over a corner or anything like that. Now, when they have these two, and now Chakravarti's coming in, the tactics have changed. But that was probably the idea of David Warner that, oh, if I don't go in, if I'm not the left-hander out there, they might have to rejig what their plans were. But it's good that they're still bowling Varun Chakravarti, so they're not kind of taken off by the change in tactics from SRH. Even though Warner's not there, they're still having Chakravarti bowl.
And I'm glad you mentioned that. I saw that happen with Kohli in the last game, not the one we just reviewed, but the one where the one where they lost, RCB, he kept holding back AD de Villiers because they're basically trying to adapt or counter the moves of the other team. You should just have your game plan and go with it. Don't change what you do because somebody else, you know what I mean? Like, I think that's a mistake whenever you're worrying about the other team and you're going away from your strength. You know what I mean?
Yeah, definitely, definitely.
Chat in the house, it says, Ashad brother, in present Fab 4, you can read it for yourself.
Yeah. As a brother in present Fab 4, we can include Rohit and Babar, who has got the best cover drive. Right, okay. So this is the thing. The Fab 4, do you know about the Fab 4, Gabe, at all?
No, go ahead and educate me. That's
right. So in the past 10 years, the Fab 4 has become Virat Kohli, Steve Smith, Kane Williamson, and Joe Root. Okay? Now, the issue is Joe Root has not been consistently performing as well over the course of the last year and a half. And because Babar Azam has been playing really well and Rohit Sharma has done amazingly well when he came back into the test side for India, a lot of not arguments, but people are discussing the fact that who should be the Fab 4 now. So the Fabulous 4, like, you know, the famous 5 books back in the day, something like that. Who are the 4 best batsmen? Oh, that's shot by Bairstow. Good shot. See, that's the reason you don't ball an off spinner to a right-hander in the power play. They can literally ease it over the leg side. So in terms of the Fab 4, so the Fab 4 are those 4 players that I mentioned, but a lot of people actually mentioned that's great for test matches, but what do you think of Fab 4, including Rohit Sharma and Babar Azam? I don't know, because for me, they're both amazing players. Yes, Babar Azam has a really nice cover drive as well. Rohit Sharma's been very consistent and he goes at a rapid pace. The thing is, if they perform for the next 5 years the way that they have done over the course of the last 18 months, I'd say it becomes the secret 6 or like the best 6 or something like that. But at this very moment, because Joe Root has been disappointing as of late, not completely disappointing, because his average is still 40 against Pakistan and West Indies, right? He averaged 40 and everyone said, oh, he's lost his touch. He's averaging 40. Right? It's like Virat Kohli scored 2 low scores and like, oh, he can't play anymore. Of course he can play. He gets game time and he just comes back. And I think, I understand what you're saying, Utkarsh. I hope I said your name right. But yeah, the Fab 4 at the moment, I think they should stick with what they have. These guys are really good. They'll probably make it into that. Not sure when though. Maybe a couple of years if they keep doing. That bounced.
Yeah, I thought that it was gonna get caught, but no. You know what? I will say in the power play, 22 runs so far, and we're not even through the 3rd over. It looks like the experiment's being successful. I don't want to say until, like you said, if you lose a wicket early, you're in trouble. But this is so interesting that they did this. You're right. He's still limping. Is he hurt?
Yeah, he's hurt in some way, and I don't know exactly what happened.
You pointed that out earlier.
Yeah, he was limping. I don't know what's wrong because it might be some sort of hamstring again. Because Shreyas Iyer was limping yesterday, wasn't he? When he was batting in the second game. I think Rinel's asked, "Am I going to be on the other team?" I'm going to do my best, but the thing is, I've got this. So I'm watching the Pakistan National T20 Cup as well, and their final is on at the half an hour after the next match starts for the IPL. So I'm going to probably stick with you guys for about 20 minutes to 30 minutes, and then I'm going to get ready to watch that match. But I'll see how it goes. Depends how good that other match is. Yeah.
My bad. I forgot to update the score. Let me update the score right now. It is 22 for nil, guys. I'm going to update that right now. 22 for nil. Oh, they're bringing in Andre Russell early.
Interesting. See, this is the thing. Andre Russell, to me, is a faster Pollard. I don't know if you see that resemblance in the sense that he comes in, balls a few overs. That's a good shot. That's a good drive. See, that timing by Williamson. So that's exactly what you're saying. So the way he's hit that shot, that's a cover drive, right?
Right.
And once you get that right, once you time it, that it's hard to stop. It's hit right in the proper spot as well. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, and the defense is just not set up for it.
Yeah,
and literally, it's he let the ball get deep, because what happens if you commit to that too early? Okay, you're probably gonna miss it. He's gonna take your stumps, or if you commit to that ball too late, I mean, it takes a lot of class to play a ball that late.
Yeah,
you may pop it up in the air. So I mean, it is impressive. Kane Williamson has been they both have been impressive, but I think I'm more impressed with Kane Williamson because it's the first time I've seen him as an opener. You know what I mean? That's a lot of pressure, guys. A lot of pressure.
I'm going to ask you a question because I heard you. Oh, that's late, isn't it? Played it right underneath his. It's good.
Super late.
It's something wrong with his leg, so he's not batting as you would normally. But it's just interesting the way that he's playing. One point I want to just quickly mention, because I know you and Nick talked about it once. What and I can't remember exactly what you said, but your thoughts on people being so picky about, oh, that guy's an opener. No, that's a number 3. That's a number 4. For me, right? Yeah, okay. I get that, because that's what I would say. Maybe because I'm a bowler, so I keep thinking the bowler's way. Like if I come in to bowl early or in the middle or at the death, the only time I'm kind of annoyed is if I only bowl at the death, because I'm going to get smacked for 6s. But in the sense of batting, I think if you're opening, the only issue is if you come in too late. And I think a bigger problem is within the ODI and the bigger issue is with ODI and T20s, where the batting order kind of makes a little difference. In my opinion, test matches, you've got 5 days, right? Up till number 7, you can have, or no, on number 6, you can have batsmen who are who can all potentially open. But I think it's like you said yesterday. You said something about superstitions. I think batsmen actually have superstitions about where they bat best.
That is exactly what I was getting to. Here's the thing with both coaches and batsmen. When they talk about this guy's an opener, or this guy can only bet in a 3-hole, this guy can only be an anchor, that's all just a mentality, guys. The skill is there. If you are a cricket player, you should be able to come in at any point and bat. If you're a batsman, that's what you do. You hit. Now, what happens is players become accustomed to, I can only open. So when you take them out of their comfort zone, they struggle. But you don't want to pigeonhole yourself to saying, I can only do this, because you may have to deviate from that plan, as you saw today. Imagine if David Warner said, oh, I'm only an opener. You know what I'm saying? No, you have to be able to be interchangeable and bet anywhere. It's just a mentality. And what happens is, here's the real part why I don't like that. You even start seeing that, bro, at the high school level, where this guy's a leadoff hitter, or this guy is a 3 or 4 hitter in baseball, right? So now, since that kid is quote unquote a power hitter, he's expected to deliver runs because he's a 3 or 4 hitter. That kid will stop developing the part of his game where he'll bunt. He'll stop developing the part of his game where maybe he'll learn how to hit a ground ball or chop a ball so that he could, get a ground ball, get to base, or just move runners over. They won't even steal. Like you almost, in my opinion, hurt the potential of your game by saying this is all I do. Because now, if I am, let's say, an opener, I'm expected to be more almost like a test player, where I'm seeing a lot of deliveries, but my strike rate may not be the best because I'm not necessarily looking to play that big shot. Why not? If it's good to play. And it's just the mentality of being able to, you really limit yourself when you say, I can only do this. And a coach really limits you when they tell you, you can only do this. You know what I'm saying? Whether it's open or be an anchor or coming at 3 or 4, whatever. And that mentality needs to change, in my opinion.
Yeah. One thing I want to mention, a lot of people are talking about this, and I get what they're saying, but the issue is with the new. So there's a couple of people who mentioned, Swapnil's talked about it. and Sam has mentioned as well, that it's more to do with the new ball and the old ball. And I get that, especially in test matches. I get the point that it's to do with how what about stats where it's clear that someone. Right, I'll talk about this point and I'll get back to it. So in case of where you're batting, I personally think from the little I've seen that if a batsman is batting at the top of the order or is batting lower down, even if it's new ball, old ball, if you're a good player, you can still bat. As an example, I'm just going to use Tendulkar as an example. He opened in ODIs, but he was number 4 in test matches, right? He could have opened if he needed to. He can play the new swinging ball. I know red ball and white ball are different. They swing less. Right. The white ball can reverse earlier, etc., etc. I understand the reasoning, but from what I can tell, if you're a great player, you can play wherever you want, wherever you can. It's not right. You can't be pigeonholed too early. And maybe, as some people mentioned, that if you're an opener, and you said the same thing, you bat a lot slower. In this instance, you'll be going at 100 strike rate rather than 150. But you need to develop the other side of your game as well, so that if required, maybe you need to move down. Maybe you need to move down the order and come in as a hitter, because you're still a proper batsman. You have your attacking mindset or attacking abilities, and you also have your defensive abilities. Again, that's my understanding on it. Yeah. No,
absolutely. And Jihan, I want to thank you for the super chat. It says, I don't think it matters much in T20 cricket. Opening test cricket really is a specialist position, a different game and technique required. Jihan, thank you for the super chat. You hit the nail on the head. Technique. Are we born with technique, people? No. Okay. We work on technique. These guys are all world-class athletes. They're suited to do things because that's what they work on. Okay. Don't tell me you can't open when you've worked on it time and time. Tell me you can't handle the new ball when you've worked on it time and time. Failure is I tell this to all my parents. You learn through failure. If your kid fails a test, that's okay, because they're going to have an opportunity to take it again. And at least they learned what the wrong answer was. You know what I'm saying? Failure is a part of learning. So many times athletes are like, I can't do this. So they themselves put themselves or pigeonhole themselves where that should never be the mentality. It should be, I'm going to do it until I prove to myself I can't do it. But if you're a top athlete, which all these guys are, there is no reason that you can't learn, like Jihan said, the technique to become an opening batsman. It's how much time do you work on it? Do you spend time in the nets hitting and working on playing that bouncer or playing that new ball? You want to learn how to play a new ball? Go to the cages and, again, have the best bowler on your team. Go ahead and ball you a whole bunch of new balls that are swinging. That it's just working on it, guys. It really, really is. And I think I simplify things because, again, I coach and I've said this guy to many young players before. All right, guys, tell me, until you actually have gone and do it and you failed and you tried and you work. Once you've done it for a year, then you tell me you've tried. Then you tell me, but you've done it one game. So all of a sudden that means you can't open or you can't play the new ball or you can't pitch. No, fail. And eventually through failure, you'll achieve success. You know what I mean? Obviously, that's not what you want to do in a T20 game or in a test match, but that's what you have domestic games for. That's what you have practices for. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. My favorite commercial, you know who Michael Jordan is, right?
Yeah.
Look it up on YouTube. I haven't seen it on TV for a while, but this commercial comes out. He said, I have missed like 13,477 shots in the NBA. I've missed 47 game-winning shots. I've lost the ball and they've stole the ball from me 13 times in the playoffs. He talks about all his failures. I've lost 8 NBA finals games, but for all my failures, that's why I succeed. Because yes, you can't succeed if you haven't failed a bunch. It just doesn't happen. And that's really the mentality. But right now, I would say, like Nick likes to said, mission accomplished. 46 runs in the first 5 overs. And
that's decent. Yeah.
You don't have a wicket. Patty Cummings have already bowled 2. This does not look good, KKR fans.
Yeah.
What are you thinking?
I'm thinking something similar in terms of this match. I think they've done the job. Experiment worked, as Nick would say. I think a very good decision to send Kane Williamson up. Didn't give his wicket away, played the runs, and he's backing very well. I just want to add something on your last point because I'm seeing the comments and I understand what you're saying and I get what everyone else is saying. I'm just trying to give my opinion, so I apologize if offended anyone. But this is my understanding, and this is what I've always. And again, I'm glad someone can. That's a 6. Brilliant shot by Williamson. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I was just saying. I understand what everyone's saying. That number 1, number 2, number 3, and possibly number 4 in Test matches is a specialist position. They should go into first-class cricket and practice if they want to, change their batting order, etc., stuff like that. I agree with that. I personally usually don't see a reasoning for why they can't try that out. And I know because I watch a lot of teams that get their openers out very quickly. So the new ball, the batsmen at 3 or 4 come in a lot earlier. So maybe that's my reasoning for why I think this way. But for a lot of people where their openers do succeed, then in that case, I guess the specialist positions does make a lot more sense. People like, and someone's mentioned this literally as I was thinking of it, Viv Richards used to bat at number 3 from the West Indies. And when he came in, he could come in 30 overs down the line, or he could come in second ball of the match. Right? So it doesn't, I know it's to do with the new ball and the old ball, but one ball old is still a new ball, right?
Yeah.
And maybe that's the mindset I'm trying to convey, but I understand what everyone's saying. So thank you for your comments, and I appreciate the explanations from everyone. So thank you for that.
And guys, like I said, that's just my observation. There's philosophies, and there'll be people that completely disagree with my philosophy, and that's okay. Not every coach thinks the same. Not every player thinks the same. That's my personal philosophy. Listen, in Major League Baseball, I am still shocked that all 32 teams have not adopted sabermetrics. Okay, teams like the cheating Astros, that's what I call them, not the Houston Astros, cheating Astros, like the Tampa Bay Rays, they've got an extra guy in the dugout now, right? The Yankees, a couple teams are doing that. They're like, usually you've got your bench coach, your batting coach, your your manager, and there's a new guy in the dugout. Some of them don't even wear baseball uniforms, and I forgot who I was watching the game with, and I was like, who is that dude? You know who that is, bro? That's the sabermetrics guy. That's the guy that goes back and instantly types into his computer, okay, this pitch and this at bat, and he's talking to the coach and talking to the player. You will get the fastball you're looking for on the third pitch of this at bat. So sit on the third pitch. And it's that much information. Or if you're pitching, right, they'll relay, okay, this batter likes to swing first pitch, so don't give him a fastball, give him a breaking ball. That's how far some of these teams have gotten to where they're using sabermetrics. There's other teams that refuse to adopt sabermetrics. They just think that it's destroying the game, too many metrics, too much math, and
I love how you said that, because there's a school of thought which I don't agree with, but a lot of people say there's too many numbers, too many computers now involved in cricket. Right? There's so many, too much number crunching, which everyone bases everything on. I get the reasoning behind it. What I've seen is, and there's this really good Hindi TV series called Inside Edge. I don't know if you've heard of it. Mm-hmm. So I watched season 1. I haven't seen season 2, but in season 1 they have this whole plan of how they select players based on their stats and what they've done then, how good they are, etc., etc. So I know that having those metrics is so important to be able to ascertain if that player is good enough or if that player is performing as well as he could. And you mentioned something about, I can't remember what you said, but the number of runs defended against the number of runs scored. I thought that's just brilliant. If I'm genuinely thinking of trying to figure that out in certain games and trying to add that in some sort of way.
Andy 1867 says, Gabe, that sort of metric thing has been in cricket for years. Sabermetrics literally was popularized by the Oakland A's in baseball, and it has been in baseball for probably a decade now. And it was when, I can tell you exactly when it was. It was the 2004 playoff run, so more than a decade, between the Oakland A's and the Yankees, when the Oakland A's took a team with $46 million, and they took it all the way to the playoffs, to the they won the division unbelievably and went to the ALDS. In comparison, my Yankee team that ended up beating them, by the way, in that series had a $210 million payroll.
Wow.
That's what the movie Moneyball is based on. 46 million, 210 million, guys.
Yeah.
And it's all about metrics. People who don't, and I get it. There are not a lot of numbers in math. There's a lot of math and numbers involved in sports now. And some people think it's taken away from the game. But you also have to, you can't completely say, oh no, it doesn't exist. You know what I mean? Like follow the history, man. But I'm surprised that it's already been in cricket for years. We just picked up on that. We just picked up on that. What's that, 16 years ago?
Yeah, I think this is really, because with cricket, the reason why I actually started watching cricket was in the 1996 World Cup. And because I liked maths and I liked mental maths. So all of cricket, all I used to do, because the run rate wouldn't show up all the time, things like that. So I would just sit watching the match, figuring out what the run rate was every time I watched the match, because I was like, okay, his economy is this, now his run rate is this, blah, 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 blah. Right?
You're a sick individual, man. You did that.
I was a 4-year-old trying to figure this out, and I was thinking, other people have better things to do. They're playing outside. I'm watching cricket and trying to figure these things out. But I think, in cricket, these types of metrics have been there, but I've tried to get these metrics from, so Cricinfo is amazing to get you, and basics not the right word, very, very good statistics. But there's specific statistics that I'm trying to find, I haven't been able to find, and I know CricWiz or CricViz does something, but you have to pay for that. And I'm trying to find just any normal kind of in general, and I can't find anything. And that point that Miniteum saying, there is an analyst. So in that movie, Inside Edge, they have a numbers analyst or a player type analyst who looks at everyone's scores, figures out, okay, they've done this well over the course of this period. This is where their form is going, etc., etc. They have something similar. There's a Cricket 2019 video game on PS4. And I play, that's probably the only game I play on PS4 now. And on there, you have an entire bit where you can figure out what the form is of this player, how well they're performing, should they be dropped, etc., etc. So I think that's something that's good that it's in baseball, because I didn't know Moneyball was based on that. I knew Moneyball was based on real life events, but I didn't know that's when it first started, the sabermetrics.
Yeah. Sup Masai, thanks so much for the super chat. Says, Gabe, data analysis has been around for a while now, but that analyst cannot help you help when a bowler doubles bluffs at 150. There we go.
And he's gone. So the exact opposite of what I thought happened. I thought Williamson would take Ferguson out. But Ferguson bowls his first delivery, a short one.
First delivery gets him. You know what? They're on the same team, right? Lockie Ferguson probably said, I know what he's looking for, and I'm going to give him the opposite. That is fabulous. That is fabulous. Great ball there. First wicket. But I mean, the damage is done at this point. Look at the score, man. Damage is done. But that was great. I got another super chat I'm trying to find. That's a great point. Thank you, Sup. I appreciate that. Then we have another super chat in the house. Once great Adam Gilchrist said every attack shot is an extension of the great defensive backbone. That's also really interesting.
There's one
more comment that somebody said, and I forgot who said it. I kind of read it in passing, but it stood in my mind. Does sabermetrics help you identify a player like Tawadia? No, and that is the weakness with sabermetrics. You miss. Numbers can't tell you what you see with your eyes on the field. That's why you still need to watch games. You still need to have scouts. You need to sometimes go with your gut. What does your gut tell you? So if it was, then the game would be totally computerized. You didn't even need coaches, right?
Yeah.
That's why you still need coaches. But you're right. And that was a great comment. Whoever said it, thank you. And even to the point of SUP, yes, you will miss stuff with just using sabermetrics. What I'm saying is there's a place in the game for it, but you still need, your coaches and your scouts and people who say, okay, this kid, I saw him play. One of the things they look for in baseball, right, is the sound that the ball makes coming off of your bat. Okay, because I can hit a ball, crush it hard 3 times, but if you just look at the box score, I might hit it and get caught out every single time in the outfield. You have no idea how hard I hit that ball. I just happen to hit it at a fielder. Case in point, if we look at the dismissal today by Andre Russell, was that a soft dismissal? No, he crushed that ball. It just happened that the dude caught it right on the boundary, right? He hit it right through. That was a great, great swing. So that's what computers can't tell you. The fact that, no, that guy's crushing the ball. He's just hitting it right at fielders and hitting into bad luck. So there's, again, I see the arguments for both sides.
Yeah. One thing I really understand now about the baseball metrics is that I didn't know it wouldn't take into account Tawati is a perfect example. So in cricket, this is what I've seen, that a lot of players, so not everything, and again, you have different metrics in different sports, and probably baseball and cricket have similar metrics, but they're not all based on the same thing. You have these specific metrics about how good or how, as you mentioned, how hard he's hit that, how many times he hits the middle of the bat. There's I can't remember the player, unfortunately, but there's this bowler who hasn't taken many wickets, but the way he bowls, he's an exciting player. He's new, he's raw, so they try and get him to the team so they can cultivate that talent and make him from raw to the finished project. To the finished product. But I think one thing in cricket they do quite often, and I don't know again about baseball as much, but in terms of cricket, what they do is people like Rahul Tewatia, people like Kamlesh Nagarkoti and Shivam Mavi and things like that. All these players, they get them quite early because they notice something really good about them. It's not just about numbers. And unless you watch them, and as you said, unless you watch them play, you won't know how good they are. That's why you need those scouts. That's why coaching and scouting for players, I don't think is a job that will be lost, because you always need improvement. You always need people to find that right person. It's really easy for me to say, oh, this guy scored 1,000 runs in 5 matches. He needs to be on the team. No, depends who he was playing. Depends what the pitch was. You need to take everything into account. Sorry, go on.
You're absolutely right. And here's the thing. Michael Jordan, believe it or not, was not the first round draft pick in the NBA. There was a huge center that was taken just because of his metrics as far as how big he was, how strong he was, But had you watched Michael Jordan play for North Carolina, you knew he should have been. That goes to scouting. Same thing. Mike Trout was not the first player taken. He is the best baseball player in the world now. And that's the difference between sabermetrics, number crunching, and then actually using your eyes to see and scout and say, no, this guy is special. I'm confused. What is going on? Where is David Warner?
I don't know if he's right. I'm gonna go on a 2-minute research expedition to find out where is David Warner. I'll send a scout ship out. Let's see where he is.
They got David Warner in the witness protection program. They said he got that mustache.
Oh no!
Is he hurt? What is going on?
Maybe it's a tactic. Honestly, I think it could be an interesting tactic. Sunrisers are number 5 in the rankings at the moment, aren't they?
Yes, they're right behind
number 4. Right. Okay. I don't understand the reason why they've done this. Warner is next. As soon as Guard gets out or Bairstow gets out, Warner needs to come in. Manish Pandey batting that low. What do you think of that? I think that's a bit too low for him.
Bro, I would say if not Warner, then Pandey.
Yeah.
What is going on? I am confused, guys. And this is help us out, because that's one of the things I love about even the banter and the arguments and debates we have back and forth. We have the most knowledgeable collection of fans and fans in our CFA nation, period. These guys know what they're talking about. Even when they correct me most of the time, Gabe, you're absolutely wrong, whatever. They know what they're talking about. What's going on? You guys tell us. Is he hurt? Is this tactics? I am shocked. I am absolutely shocked what's going on right now. And the worst part about it is it's working. Oh, gosh. I'm sick to my stomach.
It doesn't make sense, but it works. It's like everything in life.
It's the upside down.
Yeah.
It's the upside down. Gosh. Warner is going to open to bowling instead today. What? Get out of here. Listen, Warner ain't bowling. I can tell you that much.
Well, someone mentioned in the chat, and I think they've hit the nail on the head. So with cricket, because they've got video analysis, they've got 3D visualization. I don't know if baseball uses that as much or not, but in cricket, they use all of this to kind of analyze a specific player. They figure out what their hitting zones are, what type of ball gets them out the most, who's the matchup in terms of. So this season in the IPL, they've talked about matchups so much. And they haven't mentioned that much before. At least I don't remember hearing it. But this season they've mentioned the matchup off spinner against left-hander, this bowler against this bowler. You've got 5 matches, 3 wickets. Shreyas Gopal against Kohli, I think it was, or someone he's got.
He owns Kohli. They were talking about it.
Yeah. And because of that reason, it was like, oh, this is interesting. And this bit, what they do in cricket, they do on a wide scale. Now, at least from my knowledge, they have this in the apart from the main nations international cricket, it's also present in domestic, and in some countries it's also present in the club cricket level. So it's usually club county or club regional and then domestic international cricket. So they even have it in club cricket in certain countries, and that's just amazing. Like, the technology is very useful, but at the end of the day, you can't say that a person who hits a beautiful cover drive or and only scores 1 run, you're going to base it on the numbers, aren't you? You're going to say he bats really well. Oh, but he got 100 out of 20 games where he scored a duck. See what I mean? So it's just, you have to use both of those knowledge bases together. I think that's right.
Guys, and Dr. Vi, you know, we appreciate your comments all the time. You're usually spot on. I got to disagree. Right now, the run rate is at 8.5. They've only lost 1 wicket. They got 9 wickets in hand. And I think I looked at it. The difference between balls and runs needed is like maybe 10 or something like that, or 14. They're in the position to win this game. Like,
that could be the reason why Priyan Garg's come in, so he can get some batting practice. Maybe he bats and Warner's like, I'm tired. I fielded for 20 overs. Let me just rest a little. Let's see.
That is funny. Oh, man. This is what concerns me. Bairstow normally does not play well when he has to be conservative. If Bairstow currently has 36 on 26, so what's that a strike rate? 140 basically? Maybe?
Yeah. Just about 138, I think.
130. Oh my gosh, bro. Like, he can turn it on. He is actively not turning it on. So when he starts playing those big shots, it's not gonna get good.
If he's not turning it on and he's batting 138, right? That's what you have to look at.
like no danger. He's not even taking any risks with his shots. This is so frustrating. And like I said, this team, if Bairstow plays well, they win. Bottom line. Yeah. When he plays poorly, they lose.
Oh, that's a good ball. That's a bad shot. That's a bad shot. That was not there to be cut at all. That was too low to be cut, honestly.
3-4 wickets, and the match can turn in minutes. Yes,
right, Warner's coming out. Warner's
finally coming out.
He just wore his gloves, so I don't know if he's trolling everyone.
Bro, if they throw somebody else in there, I've got to question what's going on.
They did this with RCB a couple of days ago. They had AB de Villiers at 6.
AB de Villiers. Now, RCB fans in the chat, you saw AB de Villiers put on a performance for the ages yesterday. He literally reached through my computer screen, ripped my guts out, and snatch. I mean, he snatched my heart yesterday. He snatched every single Royals' heart yesterday. That performance was unbelievable. Yeah. Why did AB de Villiers not come in the other day until what was it, like the 15th over or something crazy like that? Explain. What is
it? It makes no sense. It makes absolutely no sense, does it?
And if we're gonna praise Kohli for when he does something good, let's also call him. That's my problem. I am way too critical, and I will always be, bro.
I take that as a compliment. I think if someone calls you critical, that's a compliment. You got to take it as that.
What were you thinking? You know who AD de Villiers is. I don't. Maybe I could make that mistake as a dumb American watching cricket. You're Virat Kohli. You know who AB de Villiers is. Why did you hold him so late for the game that they lost before that? That just didn't make sense to me, man.
Yeah, I think if anyone from RCB is watching, please tell us. Anyone from Bangalore who might know, please tell us.
Super chat. It says Burstow is past the garbage line today. Yes, he is.
So what's the garbage line, Gabe? What's the garbage line?
Garbage line is a strike rate of under 100. You're basically playing test, and you don't even give up 200. You don't even, at least for us, you don't even get 20 runs. Because again, It sounds like a simple thing, but if every player just averages 20 runs, guess what? You just won this game because you put up 200, and very few teams can score 200. But what Garb just did on that horrible cut shot, like you mentioned, was now put everybody else in a hole, because to that point, everybody that in front of them had met their 20 and over, right? Now you just came in and made everybody behind you now have to say, okay, my run rate just went from, my over has to be, instead of 20, it has to be 25 or 27, whatever it is. So, AB de Villiers is the equivalent of Lionel Messi. So let me ask you a question. If that's the case, then that would be the equivalent of, for whatever reason, Messi being put in as a sub in the 80th minute. Okay?
Exactly. Yeah. That's exactly what that would be.
Messi, whereas, Messi comes in as a replacement in the 80th minute. What? Could you imagine? That's what it was like. Come on.
Yeah, definitely. Someone's actually said ABD was unwell on that day, so that's why he didn't come in till late. Again, I don't know.
Get this info.
If I got this info, I would love that. I would love that.
Yo, just like I was flipping out, and they said, guys, they said, Gabe, calm down. Chris Gale got food poisoning. Where are you guys getting all this info? And then it turns out they knew beforehand. I need that. There goes Johnny Bairstow.
And he's out.
Bairstow always does it. Always does it.
So SRH is gonna lose. Do you know what? I'm gonna do a bold prediction. I'm gonna be controversial, like you from yesterday, right? Game over for SRH. Okay, they're going to lose now, and I'm gonna be sad. But it's fine.
Experience failed. Like, this is what drives me crazy from cricket. 30 seconds ago, 2 minutes ago, I thought this game, they were 68 for 1, and also you just lost 2 huge wickets.
Yeah, exactly. Cricket
is so unpredictable. Why anybody would ever gamble on cricket is beyond me, because this would give you a heart attack. It would. I promise you would. Cricket would give you a heart attack.
It's one of the most unpredictable. Yeah, definitely.
Like, what just happened? They were in a position where they had Bairstow. Okay, Burr came in and he came out early, but now you just lost Bairstow. So now you've lost Williamson, Bairstow, and Prague, and now
wait. They were 70 for 1. Wait, they were 70 for 1, and now they're 70 for 3. They have scored nothing in the past 5 balls or something, and they've lost 2 wickets. Like, this is exactly what would have happened if Warner came in the third as 1 down. Prangard didn't come in. They'd be 70 for 1, but then you'd have someone who's still batting. You still have Bairstow. It's fine.
I would love to do an analysis, right, of cricket fans versus other sports fans. I don't care. Pick a sport. Maybe not golf because golf is just boring. But pick another sport. You know, NBA, baseball, football.
I'd say NBA. NBA, yeah.
What is the life expectancy of a cricket fan versus? I'm telling you, cricket is stressful, bro. What's the life expectancy of a cricket fan versus another fan? Because I'm guaranteeing you, this takes years off of your life, bro. Because you're like, oh gosh,
there's been so many. Like, I'm just glad because I don't gamble or bet or anything. So for that reason, I haven't lost any money yet. But if I was gambling and I watched cricket, this hair, all of this would be gray. Right? This beard would be gray, right? And I'd have wrinkles right here all over my face. That's what would have happened to me at 28. Like, this is genuinely, it's stressful, but I think that's one of the best parts about cricket. It's so unpredictable that you can watch it. Like, I saw this highlight from an old match. It was India, South Africa. I think, I'm not sure who the teams were exactly, but they needed very little runs of a lot of balls, and India won the match. It's like, when I saw that live, I remember watching it and thinking to myself, how did they do this? This match, I don't know if you've seen this, but the highest run chase in ODIs, it was Australia against South Africa. It has to be, it's probably my favorite one-day match of all time, right?
Right.
And that was up till the halftime point at lunch. I was like, okay, yeah, Australia's going to win. There is no way South Africa's going to win. And spoiler alert, by the way, whoever's not seen that match, South Africa win. And I was like, my heart was in my mouth because I was supporting Australia for that particular game. Normal life expectancy minus 10 years. Thank you.
Wait, bro, the chat is on fire. Watch all these comments. So it's so stressful that Ashad would agree that fans is some kind of...
They do. They grab the TVs and smash it on the ground. Oh, I've had to get a couple of TVs myself.
Bro, if I was an investor, I would invest in television sets for a cricket season. You know what I'm saying?
You know what? Honestly, this has happened so much. You get so annoyed because there's this Pakistani player called Shahid Afridi, right? As soon as he got out, half the stadium would leave, okay? And then if Pakistan won, they'd be like, oh, we missed the match. It's that like, it's so stressful. It's like, oh, that person got out. I'm going to break this team because it's so stressful. And then when they win the game, you're just sad. You're like, I get my anger out, and now they've actually won, and it was just pointless now. I feel bad. I feel terrible. But definitely, it stresses you out. Cricket is the most, in my opinion, from my experiences, cricket is very stressful.
Listen, I'm very eclectic when it comes to my knowledge of sports, right? I watch a lot of sports, and part of it is because I coach, but part of it is because my family is a blended family of Mexican. With my wife's family, they're huge into football. That's what got me into football, right? And actually, my sister-in-law is married to a British guy. He's English, and people say, "Who's your favorite team? Who do you follow?" I like going with Man U because he's an Arsenal fan. I think I forget what it is. Whoever the arch rival is, just to mess with him. But in the Dominican Republic, again, baseball, basketball, literally any sport you can think of. That's why I said not golf. Golf is just boring.
Yeah.
But this is the most stressful and unpredictable sport ever. You can't gamble on this. There's no way. There's no way.
The only way. It's all luck. Honestly, it's all luck. That's how I see it. And
would you have predicted in the chat? Would you have predicted that both RCB's losses this year came against against Kings 11, and the only two Kings 11 wins are against the RCB, who, by the way, is 3 in the points table? Like, how do you predict that? I'm sorry. Did CSK not beat Mumbai Indians, and Mumbai Indians is currently number 1 in the first game of the season? Like, I can't explain it. Fans, I am so lucky. I'm actually lucky I came into cricket later on in life, okay? Because if I had come in earlier in life, I would be completely bald at this point with the amount of stress that this game is. Oh, The 348 game is still considered the best ODI game ever at halfway mark. I wanted to go for a walk because I was so depressed, but stayed and won. I'm assuming, but stayed.
Yes, yeah. South Africa won.
South Africa won. Laugh out loud. Stuff. Thank you so much for that super chat. Thank you so much for that comment. Like
I think they mean 438, but that game I completely agree. It's one of the best. One of the best ever.
You know what? Maybe Nick and I will do a review of it for
yes, please.
FA Name Check. But could you just imagine? How do you? I'd be losing it, bro. I would be losing it. And
right, I'll tell you that honestly. I'll tell you this. You know, as you mentioned that you're a Knicks fan, right?
Yeah.
So you probably get stressed out watching the Knicks play, right?
Nope.
Okay.
Because they're gonna lose. I know they're gonna lose. I know they're gonna lose. There's no doubt in my mind they're gonna lose. The Knicks are just a bad and disorganized, dysfunctional franchise. So I know they're gonna lose. I get stressed out, and let me know in the chat if you agree with me. The worst thing is when your team should win and they lose. Yeah, that drives you crazy. When your team is favored and they lose. That's like yesterday. Both those games were there to be had, and both teams lost it in the last over by unbelievable performances by both DC and RCB. And I'm just like, those are the ones that hurt. That's the one that literally, man, you lose sleep over those kind of games.
Yeah. Oh no, I completely get that. I was just thinking, because I've been watching cricket for so long, any team I support, if they're doing really badly, I usually switch off or I feel really low, if you know what I mean. As you mentioned, because you're assuming that Knicks are gonna lose. My assumption is, my hope is always, they're gonna win, right? But they're not winning right now, and I'm stressed. My dad can hardly watch the match. Like, as soon as Pakistan starts to lose, I'm telling you, this is how it works. We're watching the match and Pakistan starts to lose, and my dad's like, I should just change the channel. And I'm like, I want to change the channel too, but I want to watch it as well. But then I change the channel, come back, and they've scored like, I don't know how many runs. It's like, I missed the match.
I missed the match. I feel your pain, man. I feel your pain. And listen, it is really the mentality of a lot of people. And I argue it might actually be the best way to watch it because you got to suffer, man. You got to suffer. And
you earned that win. You earned that win if you win.
I know. The thing with the Knicks, guys, you got to understand, they're an embarrassment of a franchise. People that are Knicks fans just because they're loyal to New York. That's where I grew up. I'm never changing that. But again, man, it's just one of those situations where you're just like, oh my gosh, what is going on? And you're sick to your stomach. You're just sick to your stomach. And it's gotten comical. Like, have you ever seen in cricket, fans show up to the stadium to boo their own team with paper bags over their heads? That's what Knicks fans do. They go to their team. Like, this is horrible. You guys, that's what Knicks fans do. It's
sorry, that Yorker.
You are a beautiful Yorker.
That's crazy. I had no idea. Like, they go and boo their own team just.
Bro, they wear paper bags on their heads with the cutout eyes holes because they're embarrassed to be identified on television because they got front row seats to the game, bro, and that's how bad it is, bro. There's something called the disgruntled Knicks fans. All of us are disgruntled Knicks fans. You know what I'm saying? Great ball.
Did you see that? That's out.
Got him. Wow, Lucky Ferguson.
I knew this. See, this is the thing with Lucky Ferguson. I thought he would be their starting bowler with Pat Cummins at the start of the season, but they didn't pick him till just now. Not sure why. Because he wanted to leave. I guess that's why. Because he wanted to leave.
Because he wanted to leave. What a ball!
What a ball! Oh, do you know what? I've got a segment called "What a Ball" in the reviews. I have to give it to this. There's nothing that's been better than this. This is one of the best deliveries I've seen this entire season.
Bro, and this is another reason why I liked KKR as my mistress, because I looked at their bowling and I said, man, they got Narain, they got Patty Cummings. If you notice the teams I choose, my mistress, CSK, they're all bowling heavy. Where has Loki Ferguson been? Why haven't they played him? I don't understand it. It's just
5 for 3. He's taken 3 wickets in 2.5 overs, and he's only given 5 runs. Goodness me.
Why did it take game 32, match 32 for him to play? Man, we got 2 super chats. Let me try to keep up with these super chats. So Jihan says, thank you for the super chat, Jihan. Much appreciated, brother. Much love. After the second England versus Australia ODI, I was really steamed. That was the one when Australia had a batting collapse, and Carey kept taking singles and giving the strike to the bowlers. I remember that I was watching it this year. That's why I hated Carey, and I said to myself yesterday, why is Carey in there? This is not the guy. You need Axar Patel, but it is what it is. Carey, to me, that was horrible. And I know that I think it was a game later or the very next game he came and put up like a great score. He might have even got a century. I forget what it was.
Yeah, he did. Right
there was a horrible performance. Horrible. But yeah, what a ball. That was an unbelievable ball. Thank you, Jihan. We got another super chat by Vinyan S. Thank you so much, Vinyan S. CSA should watch and do a review on India versus Australia test in Kolkata 2001. Is considered one of the greatest test matches, along with the 2005 Ashes.
I vaguely remember that. I vaguely remember that. I Kolkata. I think I remember that. Oh, it's hard. It's 19 years ago. I'm sorry. I will definitely give it a watch. At least I'm gonna give it a watch.
No, you know what? Definitely. I'll talk to Nick. And somebody says, Manav, thank you, Manav, says only 4 foreigners. Now, Manav, first and foremost, that's where I made my mistake when I was choosing my teams, because with CSK, I didn't realize that all their talent, for the most part, were all foreigners. So from Tahir to Statner to Bravo to Watson, they rely on so many foreigners. That was my mistake. But correct me if I'm wrong. Pat Cummins, right? You got to have him. Narayan, who's hurt right now. Who's the other foreigner in Andre
Russell?
Oh, and Morgan and Russell. So the only reason Lockie Ferguson plays is because Narayan is out. Yeah. Narayan being injured. If Narayan comes back in, Loki can't. Why do teams build themselves this way? I don't get it.
I think the reasoning is in case you have an injury. So the perfect example is DC not having a backup Indian wicketkeeper. That's the best example I could give you. If they had a backup Indian wicketkeeper, he could come in place of Rishabh Pant. So what they do, I've seen them do, a lot of teams, is they have a backup really good bowler as well. So you have Pat Cummins as your first choice, but if he goes for a lot of runs, or if he gets injured, then you bring in Lockie Ferguson. Similar to that, I think someone asked in the chat, I think Shrujan Matha asked a few minutes ago, that Kuldeep Yadav, who's bowling now, he's not been handled the best by KKR over the past 2 seasons. The thing is, they played him as first choice at the start of both seasons, and he didn't do great. And then by the time he came back in the second season, I think he only took like 4 wickets, or I can't remember exactly, but he didn't take many wickets in a lot of matches. This season, now the pitches are spinning, and that's why I think he's going to be more effective. I think bringing him back in the later stages, similar to what I think CSK should do with Imran Tahir, is you bring that specific player back into the team, and they have that option. Now, there's no Narayan. I don't know how long he's going to be out for, or if he's been dropped or if he's injured. I can't remember exactly. But if Kuldeep Yadav keeps playing well, Narayan's not going to come back in the team, and Ferguson's going to keep a spot.
Well, here's the thing. They keep saying that Narayan supposedly may because of the suspension thing. I was actually reading this on Quick Info. Because of the illegal, I guess he had already been reported. So this is the second time being reported, guys?
Right. Okay. So let me try and explain this, because this is very confusing even to me, right? So when a bowler is bowling, if they have more than a 15-degree angle on their arm when they're bowling, that's considered an illegal delivery throw or bowl. Okay.
Yeah, right.
As soon as Narayan in that match that KKR won, according to what people are saying, he bowled a delivery which bent his elbow more than 15 degrees, right? Even though he knows he's not supposed to bowl it because that's the only way that he could bowl that delivery. I think he's cleared today. Someone said, John Parkhill said, Narayan has been cleared today to actually play if he did need to. So I think they've gone with the other option. But if Narayan gets, he has been reported 15 times. Yeah. Murli Dharan back in the day was reported so many times and he passed every time. But in the IPL, I think Narayan's the only one that I can remember who gets reported every couple of seasons because he bowls that delivery that he's not supposed to.
15 times? Holy cow. Listen, where there's smoke, there's fire. If you get reported 15 times, then you definitely doing something wrong. I gotta say.
I don't want to go against Narayan or anyone who supports Narayan, but I think he probably just bowled that delivery in that match because KKR needed to hold off the runs. And he bowled the final over. But yeah, it's very interesting.
All right. Prediction time. Do you think they can pull it out from here?
I think Sunrisers Hyderabad are going to lose by 12 runs.
I agree. I think that Sunrisers will not be able to chase, and they'll probably lose between 10 and 15 runs. Right now, just looking at it, you know, they're 160. I mean, they're 89 for 4. At the same time, the Knight Riders still were, what was it, 94?
94 for 2 or something.
2. So, yeah, I mean, again, anything can happen. They need 42 runs off of 75 balls. But look, now you've got Warner up there with Sankar. And who's after Sankar?
Who they have? They've got bowlers. They've got Rashid Khan. I think Rashid Khan's probably going to come in at 7.
Rashid Khan?
Yeah.
That's a lot of ground for Warner and to make up with bowlers, basically.
Yeah. Oh, that's unlucky.
Great shot. Unlucky. That is great. You know what? I actually like that because that's almost indefensible. I don't know why most people don't do it in Test. Not Test, I'm sorry, in T20. In Test, you got 3 slips in the gully back there, so that's an out. But that's not here. That's what I'm saying. Look for that shot and practice it. I would say the majority of the time, if you can, that ball that's coming behind you, if you can work on it and just flip it behind you, you're going to get a boundary off of it.
Yeah. The thing is, fine leg is not as fine a lot nowadays anyway. It's quite deep, if you know what I mean. So because of that reason, that shot usually would go for 4. Someone mentioned in the chat, sorry to kind of throw off your flow,
go ahead.
But someone on the chat just mentioned about this player, a Pakistani player called Saeed Ajmal, who basically got reported for chucking a couple of times. He changed his action, came back, and almost became ineffective as a bowler. He started getting derailed by every batting team, which means he was a great bowler up till he got reported. And when he came back, because of his action now, he couldn't bowl that delivery. He had to bowl it like that. His entire aspect of bowling the doosra or off spinners or anything, it just went and he started getting smashed all over the place. So I think they brought this rule in after Muralitharan. I think Abhishek also mentioned that earlier in the chat, that Muralitharan was only reported when that 15-degree angle wasn't an aspect. It was just if you're throwing, you're throwing. But because he has some sort of hyper flexibility, I don't know what the term is, in his elbow, so he's actually bringing the ball down straight, but it looks like he's bending his arm.
You know what? That I think about, you know who also has a weird, but they're bending their elbow, but almost in a different direction? Bumrah. Watch when Bumrah. It looks weird. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It looks super weird, and it looks painful, honestly. But you know, I could see that because honestly, bro, the difference between in baseball being able to throw a strike or a ball is literally I let it go here or here. It's inches, guys, inches.
Right.
And when you're slowing it down and doing it in slow motion, yeah, oh, let it go here, let it go here. But when you're doing it in real time, trying to pump gas as much as it's inches, and it almost has to become muscle memory when you're out there. And if you've practiced doing something for so long, and now you got to change that up, that could definitely ruin your game. That could destroy your game.
Yeah. One thing I want to mention, a lot of people are mentioning this in the chat as well. So you've seen Shoaib Akhtar as just bowling. I think he had that spell with Watson or someone, or Justin Langer. I think you did a reaction to it, Shoaib Akhtar against Justin Langer, Pakistan, Australia. So he had a hyperextension in the opposite way. So it bent the other way, similar to how Bumrah has it. Yeah. And because of that, I think both of them build a lot of their speed based on that hyperextension. Because as you mentioned, when you've got inches, haven't you? You've just got those inches where you can ball a brilliant delivery that's going really quick, or you can ball a terrible one in baseball or in cricket. So I think it's that little change and little innovation in their arm that basically helps them.
Somebody mentioned it, and I remember watching it in one of the pre-shows. I forget what bowler it is that the difference between his great Yorker and then the full delivery that goes for a 6 is literally 6 inches. So that great Yorker that's going to get it's going to be a full delivery and that's going to get hit for a 6. And that's the margin of error, people. That's the margin of error. And the Boomer thing, what Boomer does is hyperextension. That completely legal. I didn't say it was illegal. I just said it's almost like it's bent in the opposite way, and it looks painful. Oh, that was Brett Lee in the dugout.
I think I've seen that one. It might be because all of these have different channels where they have their own version of the same thing. So the one I saw, I remember Brett Lee doing that, and I remember Kevin Peterson doing it as well. So he said, "This is the Yorker length," and you literally don't even walk. You step one step and say that ball goes for 6.
That goes for 6.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's the difference. Think about it. You go from a Yorker to a 6. That's a fine margin of error, man. Uh-oh.
Is that Russell again?
Oh my gosh. Now Russell's hurt? Yeah, he grabbed his hamstring.
Did he twist his ankle?
No, he's grabbing his hamstring, bro. Watch, he reaches for his thigh.
Oh, right, okay.
What is wrong with people?
Could it be that I know it's not as hot anymore in the UAE, but could it be what do you call it? Some lactic acid buildup, just not getting warmed up enough? Maybe that's the thing, because everyone's getting. Maybe they're pulling something, or maybe it's just a cramp. Maybe it's a cramp.
Pull hamstrings. They say he always get injured. In football, in American football, not soccer, football, this year they're calling it the COVID massacre, right? Which is not even fun, a funny playoff for a play on word COVID, but there has literally been more injuries in the first 5 weeks of NFL than entire seasons, and they're saying it's due to the lockdown. Players didn't get a proper amount of time to train for the preseason. They didn't get their bodies in position, and guys are going down, absolutely going down. What's up, Jay Morin? My mate. This he's from Cricket for Us, and I'm telling you, he's knowledgeable, having a lot of fun. He's helping me hold it down. You know, Nick's not really here on the Sunday streams. He's got stuff going on, but check out his channel, Cricket for Us, and you know, we decided I'm listening to the comments, right? I got destroyed. Gabe, you don't know enough about cricket. You know, what are you talking about, man? You're crazy. So I said, let me put somebody on that knows as much as more than I do, so he can correct me when I make crazy statements, because I may make a crazy statement for once in a while, and he can say, Gabe, he's here to rein me in and say, whoa, Gabe, calm down. Don't destroy Dinesh Karthik, all right? He's actually a superstar. The man's a national treasure. So yeah, Ashad is he's here to rein me in when I lose my mind and things don't go quite as well.
You do lose your mind on valid points, though, Gabe. I'm going to give you that much. Though, like, I keep bringing this up, but the emphasis you put on catches, I absolutely love. I'm so glad that at least someone else puts emphasis on catches as much as you do, because you can drop catches, but they literally win matches. I'm going to be very cheesy here.
Catches win matches. You saw that yesterday. A guy got dropped 3 times and got 100. Without that 100, DC doesn't even come close, especially since they had no Pant and no Hitmeyer. Now, bottom line, do the math. First time he got dropped, he was at, I think it was 29. Second time he got dropped, he was in his 50s. I think it was 58 or 57. Then, of course, look how long he's been on the strike. Third time he gets dropped, he crosses the boundary to 100. It's not that hard to figure out, guys. You know what I'm saying? Like, catches win matches. They do.
Yeah.
Drop destroy you.
Yeah, definitely. I think someone actually just mentioned, I think it's Abhishek as well, that everyone puts an emphasis on catches now. India's team has completely changed. And I think a big issue for that, a big reason for that is the change in captaincy in 2007 to Dhoni and IPL and T20, all of that kind of starting off. As soon as that happens, India's fielding is on par with the best fielding teams in the world, right? I would genuinely say at this very moment, India's probably... I always rate South Africa because South Africa's always been a good fielding side. They have certain bad games, but 9 times out of 10, South Africa is the best fielding team on the spot. But Australia... is that out? Is that... that missed. He missed it.
And I will see, and that one right there, that should be caught, but that's a harder catch because that's over his shoulder. He's running. That I wouldn't even call a drop. But when it hits your hands and it pops out, that's a drop.
Yeah.
Thank you, Jihan, for the super chat. Jihan says 3 drops in 3 drops in 20 over innings isn't just part of the game. It's really poor. And it was actually 4 drops in the game. But yes, that one player got dropped 3 times. That's unacceptable. I hope that Dihan went to church and paid some tithes, kissed some babies yesterday. Hopefully he went out and he played the lotto, because the dude he had a 4-leaf clover in his back pocket. He had a rabbit's foot. You know what I mean? Like the luck this guy had yesterday was unparalleled.
Someone mentioned this in the chat, and I was gonna mention it yesterday. Not yesterday. I think it was yesterday as well. Muhammad Hassan mentions that in the Pakistan National T20 Cup that they're having, the one the final is later on today, there was this guy who got dropped 3 times and he's made 81 of 29.
Wow.
He got dropped 3 times in 29 balls. That's what I'm saying. And they got to the semis because of that guy. If he didn't play, they wouldn't get to the semifinals. So yeah, definitely, I agree. Catches, and it's good that they have that emphasis now on fielding and catching over the past 15, 20 years. I'm really glad about that.
Yeah, you and I think that here's the thing. You can put up a huge total, right? You could put up a huge total. You could put up 200. You could put up 300. But if you can't stop the other side and you just keep leading runs, you could lose. You could put up 300 and lose by 301. You could put up 250 and lose by 251. I mean, you have to play defense, and you've got to be able to make those catches when they're there. I'm not asking you to make the Faf du Plessis catches. I'm not asking you to do the special Superman catch and that Perrin did where he saved that boundary. I'm asking you to catch a ball when you're camped under it, waiting, and it hits you in the palm of your hands and bounces out, guys.
Yeah.
Am I asking for that much? Really? Am I? Come on.
Completely valid. Absolutely valid.
Dropping catches is criminal. I agree. They should lose their cricket cards for that.
Yeah. One thing I want to shout out, Roger Jonkers just said something that I completely agree with. Jonty Rhodes from South Africa, he changed the game for fielding completely.
Oh, we did a video on him, Jonty Rhodes.
Jonty Rhodes. I think it was run out that you did. Yeah, he changed him and Vivriches before that. Vivriches was an amazing fielder, but Jonty Rhodes, I think, just changed the game entirely. Runouts, catches, he made some just amazing catches. Honestly, I'll see if I can find the video again. But yeah, absolutely brilliant.
Is so I got Utkarsh once again says 2001 Kolkata Test India 1.
Shankar's gone.
After
That's a wicket.
following on. Wow. Thank you so much for the super chat. And yeah, you know what I'm saying? You could follow on the team. There's so many different things. You have to be defensive. You've got to be able to play. Another wicket just fell in the 15th over. I'm not going to say what I said yesterday because I said it was over twice in both games. And my heart was pulled out of my chest. You know, my wife, I don't know if you noticed, but in the video, when they handed the water bottle to me, that was my wife. And she was like, babe, are you okay? Because she saw I was actually losing it. She said, here you go. Abhishek, I'm sorry. I'm putting in the comment again. What didn't I understand? I just saw my man in here. He gave me, thank you for the super chat again. Where is it? Hans says, is there a particular catch drop that you dislike the most? Yeah, Takor. I think that Takor drop was by far the worst for CSK this year. And obviously that I'm rooting for CSK, and it started this run of just bad play from CSK. That was a huge drop in that game, and that was the game that CSK literally lost by 3 runs. It was huge, huge, and it absolutely, I lost it. It made me He is feeling job super chat. So Abhishek, I'm looking for your comment that I might have missed or might have not understand. Just clarify it. But yeah, guys, let me go ahead and update the score. 109 for 5. Again, I don't want to say it's over because I learned yesterday when twice it should have been over. Twice.
It wasn't.
What was it? 25 that over that he gave up in the 19th over.
De Villiers.
I'm sorry. I didn't expect them to be able to cover 38 runs or whatever they did. They covered in 2 overs and 55 3 because my man gave up 25. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you're right. It's never over till it's over. So I will no longer say it's over. I said that twice yesterday. And literally after I got off the show, everybody was like, get some tea. My wife had to make me some tea with honey because my throat was hoarse from acid, and I had my head was killing me.
Do you know what? I'll tell you this. Because you're not going to say it, I'll say it for you. This game is over. SRH are going to lose. And I'm going to be sad because then CSK have a slightly worse chance of getting through. But
listen,
it happens.
I want CSK to get through the worst way. I just think, like I said, even if, let's say, this game goes the way that CSK, and do you really think CSK can fix their issues? And I don't think they can. Maybe you're right. I hope you're right. And the answer is moving up Jadeja.
Don't know if they will. I don't know if they will because, as you said yesterday, that Sam Curran experiment is 50-50. They want to see if it works again. They have to try it the third time because that's the definitive one, isn't it?
Yeah, the third one, if it works out. And if you go 3 times and it works out, 2 out of 3 times, I'll take 66%. No question. I'll take that. But with that being said, guys, the Sam Curran experiment failed yesterday, and they still should have won that game. They still should have won the game. Like I said, I cannot believe that last over. And you know what? I am gonna right now. One of the questions I asked, and I believe I didn't come up with this on my own, but when I did my overview, I asked CSK. There's 2 ways to look at it. Is the fact that they got a medium age on the team of 35, they're the oldest team. Does that mean they're old, or does that mean they're experienced? And I think you're starting to see age. Remember, Bravo didn't play the first 2 games because he was injured. Now he's injured again, and that injury literally cost them a game because he couldn't bowl yesterday. All right. Supposedly people were saying, the reason Tahir hasn't played is because he's been unfit. He was hurt earlier. So, okay, maybe Tahir got hurt as well. I didn't hear anything about it. It's just starting to seem like you're seeing that age kick in where, even with Dhoni, you know what I'm saying? Like he's not that quite Dhoni. There's been a couple games there where you expected him to win it for you at the end, and he just came up short. You know what I'm saying?
Definitely. Abdul Samad just came in, by the way. So it's not Rashid Khan, it's Abdul Samad. He played a couple of games in the middle. I actually really like him as a player because I've seen some of his videos on YouTube. So I'm a big fan. I think he's one of those guys who can get runs very quickly. I think he scored, and please correct me in the comment section, I might be entirely wrong about this, scored a really quick 300 or a really quick 100 in a first-class game. I think he's one of those, and then just burst on the scene. And he's 18.
Didn't he have a partnership earlier this year with...
That's his first ball, and he smashes Cummins for 6, right?
Whoa.
That's what I'm saying.
You just called it. You just called it. You say he could put up runs quickly. And let's be honest, that's what you need in the death overs, and that's what you need out of a tail ender. Don't waste time. Go and get it. That's what I love about Sam Curran. My man's strike rate is never under 150 because he gets it. He's trying to straight.
He's a lot cleaner hitter than I ever thought Sam Curran was, because I always thought, and I know Nick's not here, but I always thought Tom Curran was a better player before the entire global pandemic aspect. And I thought, Tom Curran plays better, etc., etc. But Sam Curran's come into his own over the course of the last 10 games that he's played in any format. He's just come into his own, and he bowls decently well. I think his left arm angle kind of helps. His left arm angle really helps.
Guys, I mean, he's coming in at 7. That's considered a tail end, right? There's only 10
He's a batsman. He's a batsman. He's actually a batter who bowls a bit. I don't know if he bowled today because this chat is just so amazing in terms of the conversation. I missed quite a bit of the match. Sorry.
Oh, dude, I love it, bro. It's hard because you lose focus of the game because you're in the chat. I know exactly what you're talking about. But, man, it's so much fun, bro. And they make the matches fun. And there's so much that comes in. What's up, Arjit? All left-handers are clean hitters. That's a boom. A boom they are born with. Okay. So I made it an all-rounder because normally I consider anything. There's only 10 wickets. So for me, if you come in at 7 or later, you're considered a tail end. That's the tail end, the last 3 batters or so. So
yeah, I get what you're saying. I think now, as I mentioned before, even bowlers are learning to bat a lot more than they were. So for me, I usually say tail end is 9, 10, 11, unless it's some teams where the tail end actually does start at 7. Okay. So I know I did this video with a friend of mine on YouTube from Quality Shot. He basically said that we did our our T20 11 of players at this very moment who are playing T20 cricket, right? And we had Rashid Khan at number 7, okay, who to me is a bowler. He's not an all-rounder, right? Let's just put it that way. So I'm just trying to say that nowadays I wouldn't call that tail. I'd say tail end is probably 9, 10, 11 in terms of the batters. So I think what you're saying is probably right in the sense that when you've got 7 wickets down, that's when you got the tail end. Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense. Here's another thing I was just thinking about that. A guy that's Tawadia is not an all-rounder, but he bats like he is. Archer is not an all-rounder, but guys that can give you, a strike rate of 150, even 130, I'll take. Wow, what a save!
I know, right? Who's this? Is that? That's not Tripathi. Probably wrong who it is. I don't want to get his name wrong, so I don't want to say who I think it is.
I'm trying to look at the back of the jersey.
Tripathi. Oh, it is. Okay, I was right. Okay.
What a save! Tawadia is an all-rounder. Why is it that he's only listed as a bowler?
Yeah, he's listed as a bowler in when it comes up before the match.
If you look at the ESPN cricket info, if you're playing fantasy, he is listed as just a bowler.
Maybe he's becoming an all-rounder, Gabe. Maybe he's going to become an all-rounder.
Well, the way he's hitting, he's an all-rounder. Dad, the way he's hitting better than some of the people on his team. I think he's had bigger innings in the last 4 games than quote on than Sanju Samson, because Sanju Samson had like a 40, 9, 7, and then yesterday it was 9, 7, 40, and then yesterday what did he get dismissed for like
8 of 9 or 9 of 8, something like that. Yeah. 9 of 6, 9 of 6. Yeah,
9 of 6. I would argue I'll take what Tawadi is giving me, bro.
Tawadi's strike rate is absolutely amazing. Like, I remember the first game, I was so annoyed. He was 13 off 21, and I was one of those people who genuinely said, why is he in the team? Why did you bring him into the team? Why is he batting now, etc., etc.? And now everyone's like, yeah, Tawadi is a big hitter. Tawadi is huge. He's literally, in my opinion, I think he's the biggest find as in terms of the hitting prowess. I think he's the biggest find in the tournament so far, because I knew nothing about him, and he's done.
And I was so excited about him, bro, that I was already touting him as being India's next big player. He's going to be on the test team. And they're like, are you crazy? He can't make the team. And I was like, I was arguing with people. This is like a few streams ago. And they just listed all the people. I was like,
yeah,
you're right. He's not going to make the team. But it's so good. But he doesn't deserve to be on there, bro. Come on.
Right. Cricinfo once mentioned Dravid as a left-hander.
That is sad.
Cricinfo makes mistakes, but the best thing I like about Cricinfo is that they rectify their mistakes. At least in my experience, I saw them listing a couple of players as left-handers or right-handers, but the next time I saw it, a couple of weeks later, it was fixed. So maybe it's just they review all of their stats and all of their issues they're adding in every couple of weeks, kind of get that right.
Dude, I'm telling you, man. It's oh man, Warner is practicing for tests against India. I love the chat, bro. They say the funniest things, man. You just gotta laugh, bro. And you know, I think that all fans, for a certain for a certain portion of you inside, you're your own fan for as far as your team, and you're also your own adversary. Like you, when your team does some dumb stuff, you're just like, it's I'm here.
He has to play anchor though. That's his role right now, isn't it? He needs to stay there. So if everyone else fires and fails, at least you have one proper batsman. One thing I want to say, someone mentioned, I think it's Abhishek and a couple of other people mentioned about CricBuzz. Well, all cricket websites are really good, to be honest. I just like the aesthetic nature of Cricinfo compared to CricBuzz. I think they report mostly the same things anyway. And probably they might be more accurate. I don't know. I only watch CricBuzz videos. I don't look at their website, but I only watch Cricinfo in terms of the stats and everything. I don't look at their videos. So I'm kind of jack of all between the two big cricket companies at the moment.
Wow. Look at that. IPL strike rate, Rashid Khan, 153. I mean, that's right? Bro, I would say, and this is probably a bold statement, but I would say 50% of so-called proper batsmen don't have a strike rate of 153.
Yeah.
Are you serious right now? You know, I mean, 153?
I don't know if Pat Cummins was on there, but Pat Cummins was on that list a few days ago. Jofra Archer was on that list a few weeks ago, like a week ago or something. That's what I'm saying. The bowlers have batted so well now, and it's like, do you even need 6 batsmen? And I think that's an issue you have to kind of get across. Lockie Ferguson, man, he's coming to bowl.
Had the lowest economy, and watch him go get smashed because we're both praising him right now. He's got 3 wickets, bro. 3 wickets.
I'm going to praise him as the commentator's curse kind of gets put on him. Oh, I thought that was out. I genuinely thought that was out.
How dare you, Jihan? You're out of control. Jihan said, "Oh, you're so." I'm telling you, these guys are so funny. I love it. Jihan says Ferguson has gone for too many runs today. 8 runs? Wow. Crowd. 3 wickets, 8 runs. That is.
Bro, I know what I'm going to talk about.
Because Narayan didn't look good with batting. I don't bring back Narayan. Until Ferguson fails, I do not bring back Narayan. Sorry.
Do you know what? The thing with Lockie Ferguson, what I'm noticing is he's bowling his slower deliveries at the right moments. So this is something that because when I played T20, T20 wasn't a huge thing, right? And I played club cricket. They don't do this as often here as they would, in other places within England or outside England. But what I noticed was they don't bowl as many Yorkers. They didn't bowl as many slow deliveries. But here, he's bowling brilliant slow deliveries on amazing points. Every time he bowls a Yorker that's a slow delivery. He's trying to drive it. Bowled another one just now. I think Andre Russell just dropped that, but that was a difficult chance. I think.
Yeah, I wouldn't quite call that a full drop. That was tough.
Yeah, he is injured. You give him that. I'd give him that. I think just based on his general health, I wouldn't put it to him that you dropped that catch, Andre. Stop it.
I would bring somebody else in. There's got to be a defensive a sub, right?
I think he needs to. He's gonna bowl the last over. I think that's the reason why they're keeping
on the back leg.
Yeah.
Oh, don't tell me that KKR loses. Oh gosh.
He's gonna have to bowl because they saw what happened to Jadeja yesterday. They're probably like, we're not getting a part-timer to bowl at the death or a spinner or anyone. Sorry, Jadeja's not a part-timer. Sorry, I meant spinner.
Was that the worst decision? I mean, I get it. You weren't planning to do that. You lost Bravo, but why not bring somebody else out, bro? Oh my gosh. That was
best wicket keeper. Someone's just asked me who the best wicket keeper is. I've got to go with their namesake. There's Quinton de Kock probably is the best wicket keeper around. Oh wait, depends. If you're looking at just the wicket keeping skills, I think Mohammad Rizwan from Pakistan is really good, but that's me being biased. Okay, so I'm gonna say that. But I think in general, I really like Quinton de Kock. I haven't seen him field terribly. Alex Carey is okay. Tim Payne is okay as well from Australia, both of them. Josh Butler. Yeah. Sorry, go on.
Oh, good. I thought that was going further than it did. That was a nice drive. I think, bro.
Yeah.
Oh man, no. Was that a no ball?
I don't think it was a no ball. I don't think it's been given as a no ball.
I hope not, dude. I mean, like I said, I keep saying these games are over, and then all of a sudden the last 2-3 overs it gets nuts. Wicket keeping skills. Dhoni still has fast hands. He's other than yesterday's drop, I haven't really seen him drop too much. And
the reason why I didn't mention MS Dhoni, I completely misunderstood the question. That's why I thought you meant. I thought they meant international players were playing international cricket. Yes, in that case, MS Dhoni is my favorite player. I support CSK. He's the captain of CSK. So yeah, MS Dhoni is by far, again, apart from that drop, he took this amazing catch a couple of games ago, didn't he? He ran to like third or fourth slip to take that catch.
And got that catch. That was amazing.
That was amazing. Goodness me.
You know what? I would say, though, KL Rahul both has really good wicket-keeping skills. Not Dhoni, but his bat definitely, man, is the best. I think overall, as a player, he's the best wicket-keeper. I don't care if you compare him against De Kock, against Burstow, against what's his name? The other one, Butler. Yeah. Think about any wicket, at least this year in T20. I haven't seen all these guys. I think he's the most complete one. KL Rahul, man, he's currently the best one, man. I'm just like, man.
One thing I want to say, because I know, and I don't know if people might correct me on this, but I don't know if KL Rahul has kept wicket in test matches. So for T20s, I definitely put him in because he's done a decent job and he's batting really well, right? For the India-Australia tour, I don't know if they'll put KL Rahul in as their keeper. I think they might go with Rishabh Pant, or I don't know if Saha is even in the contention still, but Saha was really good. Last I saw him, Rhythm and Saha as a keeper, he was really good.
Bro.
Yeah.
Rashid Pant, like I said, this guy, I know why he gets so much hate, because it's funny. Did you see him in the interview yesterday behind who was he behind? And was it Ricky Ponting? Was
yeah.
He's such a character. He's such a fun guy. But it's almost like he doesn't take the game seriously. And like I said, you want to talk about consistency. Look at Pant's numbers. Every game averages between 25 and 30 runs every single game.
Yeah.
So, but defensively, I've seen some bad defensive plays on him. I think KL Rahul is a much better defensive player than him.
Yeah. I completely agree with that. I think one. Oh, is that a 6? Is that a 6? That's a 4. See, Abdul Samad is on 20 of 12, right? Abdul Samad is on 20 of 12, 138 for 5. What did they need? They need 26 of 11. Gabe, I shouldn't have said SRH are going to lose, but I'm going to stick with it, and then when they win, I'll be happier.
What is going on? If this will be the 4th successful chase, by the way, if they're actually able to chase.
This the
crushed for that. See, Gabe, you want to chase, which whatever. I mean, like whatever. I don't mind. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. It is. But these chases have come down. It's been unbelievable what's going on.
Yeah, definitely.
But that's just a single, right?
Yeah, that's a single. Who won the toss today? Because I think I missed the toss. Was it? It's Sunrisers chose to bowl. Gabe, Sunrisers chose to bowl today.
Did they really?
Yeah, they did.
Oh my gosh!
Interesting.
I'm definitely gonna get it now. Oh,
do you know what? Lockie Ferguson 3 for 15 in his 4 overs.
Oh my gosh, 4 overs, 3 wickets, 15 runs. He's too expensive. That was too expensive. Listen,
oh my goodness.
I don't think Narayan had a match this year where he got 3 wickets. You know what I mean? So come on. Jihan says Mitchell Johnson in the Big Bash League semifinal 2017 had figures of 3 wickets, 3 runs in 4 overs, killed the game.
Ooh.
That's disgusting. That's disgusting.
I think I can top that. Let me just find it. I've got one person. What do you got?
No!
That's 4.
You know what, man? Oh, here it goes. I told you it ain't no. You know what? Give it to. Don't give it to me. Give it to a job. Don't give it to me because I learned. The super chat 5th in a row, 5th in a row. Oh, I'm gonna get killed. Actually, I've got R3 wickets just so that you guys can kill me on there because right. Oh man. Oh.
Right. Okay. Economically, right. I'm gonna name someone after this ball. After. There you go. Yeah. CSK. I appreciate the support, Laughter Express. It's always good to hope. It's always good to have faith and then potentially get the success, I think, rather than, just having terrible luck all the time. One thing I want to mention, right? So, sorry, Gabe. Someone, yeah, 20 off 8. They can do it. They can do it.
Bro, remember they went into yesterday's in the last over and they need, I think it was 18 off of 6 balls. They got it in the first 3 balls, 3 or 4 balls. I was like, oh my gosh. 6 after it was raining 6s, bro. Raining 6s.
Is Russell gonna bowl though? Can Russell bowl? Is he fit enough? Can he bowl well like he does usually? That's the question.
You know what? That's a very good question. I'm not letting him make that decision. If you're Owen Morgan, he's hobbled. He's got a pulled hamstring. I don't put him out there because it's a no-win situation for you. If he gets smashed, they're going to say, Owen Morgan, you knew he was hurt. Why'd you put him to bowl? Why didn't you go to somebody else? Right?
Yeah.
And it could only it could only work against you. Right now, it doesn't look well. Where if you make the decision, say, I didn't bowl Russell, at least they know why. Hey, Russell was hurt. He had a blown hamstring. I thought that, I was putting him in a position to fail. And as a captain, I want to put him in a position to succeed. Oh, they're going to get 2 runs off of that?
Exactly. I'm glad you're on the same point as me. Yeah, that's what I was surprised at. They got 2 from that shot. Brilliant running. David Warner's quick. David Warner's
7 for 18 now, people. 7 for 18. Let me update the score. You know what? It's kind of like a no-win situation for me, or no-lose situation for me. Because here's the thing. Everybody's thinking, well, this is good for CSK. This doesn't guarantee CSK gets in. And what it says is SRH is 1 step closer to getting in, which means my mistress and my wife are both knocked out. And now I just got to... The only thing I got to stand on with Nick is the fact that I called the DC would be in there. But oh my gosh, that's gonna go for 6.
Oh, that's brilliant.
He caught it.
Wow.
He caught it.
Oh my goodness.
I thought there was a 6, bro. You should have seen the look at this. I was like, that's a 6.
That's Ferguson. That was Ferguson on the boundary who caught it and threw it back in. Oh my goodness. Ferguson? Yeah.
What are they reviewing?
They're reviewing if he stepped over. I don't think he did. It didn't look like he did in first, but it might be wrong.
Look at Renell. Hit me with the whole lot, cousin.
Ooh, let's see. Oh, that's so close. That's so close.
No. Did it move?
I don't think it did. I don't think it did.
We need another angle. We need another angle. We need another angle.
Yeah, definitely.
Remember, the original decision was out, right? The soft decision was out.
Yeah.
What a catch by Lockie Ferguson. Bro, if they win this game, it was basically on the heels of his performance.
In every way. I think he's got, again, I'm just watching. I think that's not touching, but I would want it to touch, so then it's, a 6, and then SRH need 12. But yeah, I don't think that's. I think that's out.
Wow, what an incredible catch, people! That is the catch of the game.
Do you know what? There was another catch by Priyam Garg in the other innings that I thought was going to be the catch of the match, but this one's just I think he touched. I don't know. I'm not gonna call it. I can't tell.
You gotta call it. I say he didn't touch.
I think
guys
out. Right. I'm gonna give it out. I'm gonna give it out.
All right. Come on.
It is out. Good man.
There we go.
Good
146. 146. Oof.
Someone batted well though. He batted well.
What
did he get? He got 23 of 15, scoring at 153. That's good. All right.
Here's the problem: 6 balls, 18 runs. Where's
Axar Patel when you need him? Oh
my God!
You got David Warner. David Warner can do. You got Rashid Khan. 153 strike rate. I think you said before, didn't you?
Yes, Rashid Khan with a 153. And who's bowling? That's the question. If
it's Russell.
Jihan, it says, why is umpire wearing a wig? That's hilarious. And normally I feel good saying, we got 18 runs going into the last over. We're going to win. 2 days in a row, 18 runs have been scored in that last inning that have absolutely destroyed me. So I'm going to keep my mouth shut. It is Russell. Oh, my gosh. He's hurt.
Right. Warner.
Then again, you bowl, right?
Yeah. That's wide. Give it a wide. Yes, good man. Good umpiring. 17 of 6. So this is a replay of yesterday. The first ball was a wide, right?
Remember the wide yesterday? Who was it? I was so angry.
It was Tawatia. It was 6 wides or something.
6 wides. That's a whole over worth of right. You gave away. That's basically giving the other team a whole nother over.
Yeah.
And guess what? They got all singles because literally those are all balls that now don't count. They got to be delivered right, and
it's a no ball. It's a no ball.
No,
it's a no ball. I just heard the alarm. Goodness.
You can't make this up. What? I'm going to church.
No. Okay, this is a bigger no ball than the Natarajan one. This is just outrageous.
That's the biggest no ball I've ever seen.
I'll show you bigger no balls. It's from 2010, Pakistan, England. Those are just outrageous. Let's not even get that. But yeah, that's crazy. Only got one though. Only got one. That's good for KKR, isn't it?
Yeah, the fact that, but it's now 15-on-5. If that had gone for a 6, that would have been the game right there.
Yeah.
What are they checking?
They're checking if the fielder stepped. No, that's fine. That's fine. Yeah, he didn't step anything. No, he's fine. He's fine.
Wow.
Tripathi again.
Tripathi, he has, from batting well earlier and setting the tone for the opening partnership to making some great catches today.
Done well, really well. I'll ask you a question because we've only got 5 balls left. So this is a general question. Is that 4? That's 4.
Nobody was there?
There was nobody there. Because they have everyone in front of the thing, don't they?
Look, David Warner's laughing. I'm laughing because this has been the worst weekend of cricket I've personally seen. I lost every single game, whether it was my team, whether I was rooting against Nick, and it's been on these last overs. This is
Arjit Sharma writes, who's writing these match scripts? Get him to write Bollywood scripts. Another 4. 8 of 3. They need 8 of 3. Gabe.
Bro, I'm glad you said it and I'm not. I didn't say it, Russell, because honestly, I would have got crushed. I learned my lesson. It's not over till it's over. Russell clearly doesn't look good today. He had that huge no ball. Could you imagine if that no ball was a couple inches, just literally a couple inches higher, you can't catch it, or if it just traveled a little bit further, which means the fielder would have touched the boundary, and now you're looking at a 6. Oh my God. Russell shouldn't have bowled. That's what I said, because now they're going to ask Owen Morgan, why did you put, that's the first question I would ask a reporter is, why would you put, if I was a reporter, a sports reporter, why would you put a guy out there who has clearly has a hamstring or a quad injury and needed treatment during the game to bowl in the death overs, the last over?
Yeah.
Oh, Andy, you're so cruel. Super over. They love super overs, man.
Right. You know what?
Every game.
Super overs are so entertaining because they weren't a thing till like the last 10 years. I think they had a bowl out, which I want to talk to you about eventually, which I think you should definitely review one day. It's the bowl out between Pakistan and India. It's hilarious. In 2007.
Lucky Ferguson ran out of overs. He bowled all 4 overs already. That's why he didn't bowl.
You got 3 for 15. Oh, that's a shot. Is that 4 or is that single? That's another 4. 4 of 2. 4 of 2, Gabe. 4 of 2.
So today I am gonna skip the NFL. I'm gonna watch the second game because I already set it up for you guys and I already, committed. We're gonna be here, watch Mumbai. But right after the NFL, right after that, I'm gonna skip the NFL and go to church, pay my tithes, pray a little bit because I don't know what I did. I don't know. They got 2 balls and need 4 runs. Wow.
Warner. Someone mentioning they called Warner will be the finisher. Yes, you did, sir. Yes, you did. Or ma'am, I don't know. But yeah, yes, you did.
Oh my God.
2. That's a 2. That's a 2 right there. Okay. They need 2 of 1
to win or a single.
Or a single to tie.
Super over. Here goes Renil, her super over. She loves it.
Oh, wow.
2 off of 1.
Do you know what I feel bad for? There's another match going on, which should start soon, or I think probably just started, didn't it?
Yeah, most of the people from there are in here anyways. If not, they'll figure it out.
Oh, it's crazy. Super over. Yes, super over.
What do you bowl? What do you bowl, guys? Do you? I try my best to throw a Yorker.
Yep.
Because one or two things gonna happen. If he hits it for a 6, then we lose. But it's your best chance to get a wicket right now. I don't concede the single because if I concede the single and go to super over, I feel like we're gonna lose. What do you guys say? Or do you guys just concede the single and go for a super over?
I think they're gonna go for that. I think they're gonna go for that. And there's a super over. The third super over. Goodness me.
Bro.
Oh. Match tied. Sorry, I'm just slightly speechless.
Does anybody else feel like these teams are not winning? It's the other teams losing. We all said Russell doesn't look fit. Why ball him there? Why? I just...
Right. The only thing I can think of, the only reason why he bowled, because they didn't know who else could bowl at that point. They don't think they should bowl any spinners. I don't think they wanted any other. So I'm just looking at the scorecard now in terms of the bowling lineup, right? So who could they have bowled? Who had overs left? Kuldeep Yadav had an over left. Shivam Mavi had an... Shivam Mavi. Why? Shivam Mavi's a fast... Why did he not bowl? Why did Russell have to bowl? If Russell can't...
I think that captains are set in their ways, and if this is the guy that's designated to bowl, that even if he's getting hit around, if this is our quote-unquote death over guy, then the only good thing is that right now you see David Warner is visibly gassed.
Yeah.
So he cannot help you in the super over. I wouldn't pick him as one of my 3. Obviously, he's a captain, so he can do what he wants. But
yeah, I'm just gonna say some people are correcting me. What I mean to say, sorry, is Mavi 18th, Ferguson 19th, and then you gave Mavi the 20th. So basically, you plan it so you know Russell's struggling. Russell was struggling since the 16th over. Okay, he's been at least 4 overs since he's been struggling. So now they could have changed their plans just a little bit, but it's just surprising. I get what you're saying, Gabe, completely. Is he gonna come out? Is he gonna come out to bat?
Because if they look at his jersey, it's drenched in sweat. He's tired, so I think that bodes well for CSK. But here's the thing: in a super over, do you take the team that's got Johnny Bairstow? I can guarantee you, Johnny Bairstow is coming out. All right, guarantee you, no questions asked. All right. Here's the problem: your biggest bopper, Andre Russell, just got destroyed bowling. He's got a thigh issue. Are you going to put him in a super over to bat? I don't think so. I mean,
I'm going with this is what I think. I think they should go with Bairstow and then bring in Manish Pandey or Kane Williamson and then have David Warner as their third batsman. Because as you can see, David Warner looks exhausted, but he's going to want to go. Let's put it that way. He's going to want to go out and play. And you've got Lockie Ferguson bowling that last over, that super over, sorry. So
that's what I was going to say. Who bowls it? It's got to be Lockie Ferguson, bro.
Yeah, it has to be. Yeah,
4 overs, 3 wickets, economy rate. What do you give up? 12 runs or 15 runs?
15, yeah. What's that, 3.75? 3.75.
I think I go with Warner is exhausted. He's been up there. He's lasted how many overs? He came in the 8th over.
8th, yeah. 8th,
so 12 overs in this heat, and now you want a super over? I probably go with Bairstow, Williamson, and Pandey. Even though Pandey did not play well today, you've seen him do it in the past.
Yeah.
Wait, Lockie Ferguson is a right-hander, right?
Yes, that is a right-hand fast bowler, yeah.
Do they have a left-hander in there?
Fast bowler. They have Kuldeep Yadav as the left leggy. Well,
no. A batsman, left-handed batsman.
Oh, they've got... Who did they have?
Bairstow is a righty.
Bairstow's right. David Warner is the lefty that I can think of.
Oh, then you're right. Use Warner. because then you can have a righty and lefty and a righty, or two righties and a lefty. You're right. They got to go with Warner because that'll give you an advantage as well. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So he just looks, bro. Look at his jersey. He looks visibly gassed.
Right. He's coming. It looks like he's coming out. He's wearing the helmet.
Is he coming in first?
Looks like it.
This is crazy. Lucky Ferguson. If Lucky Ferguson bowls them out in this Super Over, he better not get sit down the rest of this year, or I am gonna mutiny. I am gonna personally go on SRH's not SRH, SRK's fan page and say, what is going on with your captaincy? Fix it, dude. I'll say it respectfully though.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm a fan. We're actually going to be doing our review soon of My Name is Khan.
Oh, nice.
Yes, we're excited about that. Finally got it in this weekend. Watched it last night. Nick actually watched it a few days ago, so we're going to get it in. But I mean, there's no reason, in my opinion, forget what happens right now, guys. Don't you think Lucky Ferguson, look at his fielding. If not for that catch he made earlier, this game is over. If not for the defense, this game is over. So don't you guys think he's earned his spot on this team? And now
Definitely has.
Back?
Definitely has. He's brilliant. Just one thing on the Minus Khan point. That's in my top 5 Bollywood films of all time.
Really?
Yeah. I can't wait
to watch it. I'm excited to watch it.
Can't wait for your reaction because I personally really like that film, and I think I can't wait for your reaction. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, it's great. It's funny because I was in New York during 9/11. You know what I'm saying? I'm from New York, and like my uncle is the head of the narcotics department now in the 161st precinct. I got half my family's in law enforcement. I mentioned this before, maybe not on this channel, but definitely on Born Reviews. At the time, he was a beat officer. And he was cell phone. You don't understand. Cell phones went down. The system would crash because so many people were trying to call. Cell towers were jammed. So you can't figure out for your loved ones. And my cousin and my uncle were out there, and we didn't know where they were at. And of course, they were in Manhattan and they were in that area, and it was a scary thing, man. So for me, that really still resonates. But then I was there afterwards, and the abuse and the backlash. Yes,
Warner's gone first. Oh my goodness!
Warner should not have batted. Let's go, Lucky Ferguson.
Oh man, Lucky Ferguson, where have you been for KKR, man? Where have you been? Why? It's a wobbly seam as well. Oh.
First ball. I told you he wasn't ready. I love this guy. This has been one of the best performances I've seen this year of any individual player. If he wins this game, it was we're going to call it the Lucky Ferguson game. Holy cow.
Yeah, definitely. I think I think it was Rabada in that other Super Over, in the first Super Over, where he just killed them, killed Kings 11 Punjab. And I think in this instance, Ferguson's probably there. They've got Abdul Samad. Why do they not have Kane Williamson coming in?
Why did they put in Samad? Why?
Right, because he's a hitter. But again, Williamson's a better bat. So I don't know. See, I never understand these Super Over tactics, right? I'm so confused.
You and me both.
They have a set conversation and they just stick
right here, Lucky. Don't give them not one run in the Super Over.
Right, that's 2. I think that's 2. Oh, Ferguson can run. Not Ferguson, sorry, Bairstow can run.
Man. Because you only get 2 wickets, right? And the Williamson is injured, right? He is limping. I forgot about that.
Oh yeah, thanks. I forgot about that too. So many injuries; it's hard to keep track of. I feel really sad for them because they've come out, they've left the country. They're trying. Oh, and he's gone. Abdul Samad is gone.
Lucky Ferguson.
He's got 5 wickets in the match, basically going for 17 runs if you include the Super Over.
He got a fifer. Holy,
You count that in the fiver, though.
I counted in the Pfeiffer. What a Pfeiffer. Oh,
Right.
Lucky Ferguson.
Who do Sunrisers? Will Sunrisers bowl Rashid Khan? I think a lot of people are saying he will.
Bro,
bowl.
he basically said 2 runs. That's all you get. 2 runs.
2 runs.
Out. Oh, that's a thing of beauty.
That really is fantastic. Oh my goodness.
I think I found my new favorite player on KKR.
Do you know what? I genuinely, him and Pat Cummins, I really wanted them to bowl together, and I'm glad they did today. And Ferguson's just showing why I remember him bowling 150 Ks as well. I think it was a couple of years ago. He can bowl it fast, but he's not been bowling that fast. He's been using the change of pace quite a bit today. That's great.
Lucky Ferguson, what a performance. I would go to the coach right now and say, do I got to worry about next game?
Right. Do you know what I think?
Anybody saw what I just did? I'm curious.
Do you know what?
Gian, have me cracking up. Sorry. Thank you for the super chat. If I forgot to tell you that, Russell will bowl the super over. Bro, Russell probably asked for the ball, and they were like, yeah, you take a seat, dude. You're hobbled, and obviously you're not doing well.
Right. Warner should not be fielding. I don't know. Okay, I completely agree with you in hindsight that he looked exhausted. I understand he can be on the field, but I would put him out. I'd say get off the field, just chill, just get some rest. One thing I wanted to mention, the captaincy by Owen Morgan today, bringing in the right ball, apart from the last 3 overs, the first 17, I think his captaincy was really good, personally. Just in terms of the bowlers he brought in at what time. Like Lucky Ferguson, every time he came, apart from the last over, he got a wicket. Every time he brought him in.
Here's hilarious. We've got 22 runs already in the first 2 overs. They're in the 3rd over for Mumbai versus Kings 11.
Yeah.
Oh man. Oh man.
Oh no. Nick shall be happy, I think. By that.
I'd like to see Mumbai lose. You know what? Kings 11 do beat good teams because they've beaten RCB twice. Maybe that'll be their stick this year. They beat the good teams, right?
Let's see. Let's hope.
Rohit out. That's hilarious. Rohit out. He does it all the time.
And he's got literally, as soon as you mention him, he goes.
23 for 1. Rohit Sharma gone. Who bowled him out?
It was Arshdeep Singh.
Arshdeep Singh. Okay.
Bolden. Timber. Arshdeep gets Rohit.
And that's what I'm saying. You lose Rohit Sharma, right? In the power play, and you figure, oh man, they're in trouble. I guarantee you, they still put up 160, 170 without breaking sweat.
Yeah. That's the really good thing about teams like MI, that they have players till like 7. Is it 7? Let me rephrase that. They've got amazing players till like 7, okay, as batsmen, and then you've got others.
I think, if I'm not mistaken, I heard the other day that Mumbai, Pollard has only actually batted in 4 games this year. They haven't even made it to him, bro. In more than half. Are you serious right now? This is the 9th game, so in half of the games they don't even need him.
Yeah.
The younger Pandya, Hardik. I think Hardik can also bat. He hasn't batted really. I think he's batted twice this year. That's ridiculous. Okay.
The thing with the Pandya brothers is Krunal, yeah. So the thing with the Pandya brothers is they're amazing hitters. I know I saw Hardik Pandya when he first started, and I was like, oh, he doesn't look like a guy who can come in and just smash from ball 1. Initially, that was my thought. I was wrong, because he came in and scored like 60 off like 20 odd balls or something. I'm like, why? Where did he come from? Where did he come from? He's got this hitting ability that Hardik Pandya is one of the most exciting players for me for Mumbai Indians. Like, I always want to see him bat. I'm really happy that he comes in 4 or 5 nowadays, because he used to bat a bit lower down before. I love to watch him bat
earlier, and then it's Krunal. But that's what I'm saying. Yeah. Like, it's crazy to me, bro. This team is so deep.
Yeah.
Guy, Renil, if it goes to another super over, I mean, I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you.
I'll tell you this. I found it difficult doing a stream and then doing a review. So I don't know how you guys do it. You do a full stream, then you do our 3 wickets. I literally had to wake up really early on a Sunday to try and sort it out and release it. So I commend you guys. I don't know how you do it. I was tired yesterday, but it was so much fun. Like, honestly, brilliant.
You know
well
funny?
done.
Sometimes I want to do it right after, and Nick will have to say, calm down first, take an hour or two. Let's do it tonight, because he knows I'm worked up. And sometimes when he's too, like, because we take the games personally. You can visually see on the streams when Nick gets upset at a really bad loss. He's like, bro, I need some time. Because I don't want to get on camera and then really just spew. But I spew, but sometimes you're so angry. That's what I was at yesterday, that I was like, you know what? I can't even, bro. You know what I'm saying?
No, I completely agree. It was tough.
Rashid Khan Bowles. Can he match Lockie Ferguson's performance? I don't think so. I hope not.
Right. Okay. So, Gabe, I'm going to cheat a little, okay? I'm going to fast forward to the live view on my end.
Go ahead.
I'm not going to give you a spoiler, because I'm just worried what's going to happen.
Okay, Nick. You know, Nick does that. He records the Padre games and watches on delay, because he won't watch them pitch, but he'll watch them hit. He's hilarious.
Yeah. Oh, this thing is actually real. Like, honestly, I think that's kind of wise, because you get so worked up, you get so worried. Why are you playing a reverse sweep?
Oh, man. Who's batting first?
Right. It is Morgan and Karthik have come in. And I don't know who they're going to have for 3.
Dot ball. So Morgan and Karthik, both captains. Oh my gosh.
Yeah. Right. They batted well together today. They did a decent job. And finally, a team acknowledges that aspect in a super over rather than going with a pre-planned team. Because it's good, because all of them played well, so they're going to bat because they're used to this pitch.
All right, single.
Is that a single or two? All right, that's a single.
2 balls.
2 needed off 4. Gabe, what do you think? If you had to call it.
I think Karthik's gonna win the game. This is gonna be his moment, because he also played really well today, along with Lucky Ferguson, and I'm gonna feel good for him. He's gonna hit like a 4 right now, get a boundary or something.
Yeah.
I mean, he deserves it. Like I said, what he did, guys, very few people have the gumption to do that. Yeah. And this guy went and dropped himself, gave the captaincy over. I respect him. That made me respect more than anything he's done on the field. But then his performance today with the bat
was really good as well.
Really good. Oh, gosh, another dot ball.
Rashid Khan's bowling really well. Goodness me.
Oh, you got to be kidding me. Renil. Oh, man. She's like, another super over. She loves a super over. I don't even look at the screen that are going on, bro.
Oh, no. Okay, so the way I see it is, there's loads of comments. I'm not even going to say anything. Is that off the pad?
Wow. Right. They lost on a missed field.
Yeah. Fielding is key, isn't it? Wow.
You know what? I'm going for KKR. I'm glad it happened. But guys, if you're an SRH fan, at least give yourself a chance. That's simple. Hold it to a single and now make them hit the last ball from something more than just a wicket. What are you doing? Bad fielding. Wow.
Yeah.
What a win for KKR, guys. What a loss for SRH. I mean, I think that now this kind of, I'm not gonna say, because this just puts KKR 5-4, but who knows? We'll see. There's still games to be played, but man, what I do think is that we found the right formula for KKR. All right, KKR fans, which is just trust and believe in the top order. Let those guys get their 20, 25. We're talking about Tripathi and Shubman Gill. Let them get you 50, a 50 partnership early on, and then you can bring in Reina, like we said today, at 3. At 4, you can go ahead and bring in Russell, try to give him some more time, and you've got the partnership at the end of Karthik. I think he found his spot. He's so comfortable back there. Karthik and Owen Morgan. And as far as bowling is concerned, if I don't see Ferguson in for the rest of the season, I'm gonna lose it.
Definitely.
Anyways, guys, thank you so much for hanging out with us. We're gonna jump to the next stream in about 2 minutes. Look out for that. I know. Excuse me. Cricket for Americans. Don't forget, check out his channel. I know you said you're gonna be watching the T20 game. You're always free to jump in the stream later on and just chat if you want to.
I'd love to. Yeah.
Mad love for everybody here who cannot join. 2:37 in the chat right now. Hopefully, I catch you guys over there. Any parting words for our adoring public?
Thank you, everyone, for welcoming me in such a brilliant way. This was an amazing match, and yeah, I'll do my best to make the other stream as well, Gabe. I'll do my best. I'll tell you, because this match is going to be amazing. MI Kings 11. Can't wait. Can't wait to watch it later properly. Right. Thank you, guys. Thank you, everyone. Take care.
Later.
Bye. Yeah.